Guys, you know what?
What?
Our school, Army Public School Kirkee, is organizing Ethics Bowl this time.
Our school?
Yes, our school. Ethics Bowl? What is it? Is it a debate or something? No, it isn't a debate. Ethics Bowl is a competition in which two teams discuss about ethical dilemmas and try to come up with the best possible solution. That's really unique. Shall we go and see? Yes, let's all go and see.
Let's go.
Army Public School Kirkee presents to you Ethics Bowl 2020-22. Raise your words, not your voice.
Guys, you know what?
What?
Our school, Army Public School Kirkee, is organizing Ethics Bowl this time.
Our school?
Bowl? What is it? Is it a debate or something? No, it isn't a debate. Ethics Bowl is a competition in which two teams discuss about ethical dilemmas and try to come up with the best possible solution. That's really unique. Shall we go and see? Yes, let's all go and see.
Let's go.
Neelu ma'am, can you
Army
hear me?
Public School Kirkee presents to you Ethics Bowl 2020-22. Raise your words, not your voice.
Guys, you know what?
What?
Ma'am, you are not audible. I request Team B participants to please unmute their mic and repeat after me. It's a beautiful day.
Hello, hello. Excuse me, ma'am. Are we audible? Ma'am?
Neelu ma'am, can
Excuse me, ma'am. Are we audible? We are?
yes,
Ma'am, we're unable to hear you.
repeat. It's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day.
Thank you, everyone.
It's a beautiful day.
Thank you, Vita. Thank you so much. So you all are clear. Both Team A and Team B, you can switch off your camera for the time being. Thank you, children, and wish you all the very best.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
मैम हमारी ऑडियो कैसी है?
बिल्कुल ठीक है. All absolutely clear, sir. If there is a technique. So let us all invoke the blessings of the Almighty and begin this day with a prayer dance performance.
Jai, thank you.
कहाँ है तू है कहाँ है तू यार इधर आ तू यार इसको किस को आप साथ लेके आए लोगों ने न तो
Good morning, everyone. A prayer is the opening of the heart to the Almighty, as to a friend. A day without prayer is a day without blessings. So let us all invoke the blessings of the Almighty and begin this day with a prayer dance performance.
माणिक्यवीणामुपलालयन्ती मदालसा मञ्जुळवाग्विलासा माहेन्द्रनीलच्युतिकोमलाङ्गी मातङ्गकन्या मनसा स्मरामि चतुर्भुजे चन्द्रकलावतंसे कुचोन्नते कुङ्कुमरागशोणे पुण्ड्रेक्षु पाशाङ्कुश पुष्पबाणहस्ते नमस्ते 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 जगदेक माता चतुर्भुजे
Thank you for that elegant prayer to start the day on this significant occasion. Let me start by quoting one of my favorites, Martin Luther King. He said, "An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his individualistic concerns to the broader concerns of all humanity." How beautifully this applies to our students of today, and especially the participants of the Ethics Bowl competition. On behalf of the school management, Principal Mrs. Aarti Sharma, staff and students of Army Public School Kirkee, I, Sonia Jhingan, extend warm greetings to the august gathering for the prestigious command level Ethics Bowl competition. Today, as we begin the proceedings for round 1, day 1 of the competition, please join me in welcoming all our respected dignitaries. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm sure the students are excited to start. But before we begin, holding the keys to the gates of ultimate glory is our esteemed jury. I take the opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our jury members for sparing their valuable time. Our first judge, Mr. Nitin Kulkarni, is a graduate from the University of Jodhpur, Rajasthan, and a postgraduate in marketing from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune. He has held various important positions and retired as General Manager Vigilance, BPCL Headquarter, Mumbai. He has also been actively involved with developing the creative aspect of Vigilance Awareness Week. Sir has been kindly extending valuable inputs for the benefit of our participants with his rich and varied expertise on different subjects. His mantra for life is to be a catalyst in human relations, sincerely and unconditionally. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you
Our
so
next-
much. Thank you so much.
Our next judge for today is Mr. Shailendra Aglave, a graduate in political science from Pune University and an alumnus of ILS Law College, Pune. He also holds a diploma in consumer protection laws from the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, Pune. An eminent lawyer with a brilliant academic profile to boast of. Sir is on the panel of major corporate houses. He's also been a visiting faculty at ILS College, Law College, Pune. We welcome you, sir. We are sure your perspective on the ethical issues being discussed will definitely give a clearer insight and focus to our students. I would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our team of observers, our respected principals, from their continued support and guidance. Today, as the teams wait with bated breath to initiate the proceedings, our best wishes to all the members of Team A and Team B. We are looking forward to a very engaging discussion. We hope the rules shared through email have been read and understood by our esteemed judges, moderator, and dear participants. Dear participants, you're welcome to take notes on a blank sheet of paper and pencil. So without further ado, I would like to welcome and hand over the stage now to our worthy moderator for the day, Mrs. Neelu Dikshit from APS Gwalior. Ma'am will be conducting the event for the day. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Jai Hind, everyone.
Jai.
A warm good morning to all of you present here, respected teachers, honorable judges, all treasured invitees, and of course, our passionate participants. I'm Neelu Dikshit from APS Gwalior, profusely elated to be the moderator for today's round one Southern Command Ethics Bowl competition being organized by Army Public School, Kirkee. Now, I would like to invite Team A, APS Sagar, and Team B, APS Bangalore, for the match. I request Team A, APS Sagar, to introduce themselves one by one.
Good morning, everyone present here, all the honorable dignitaries, judges, and my fellow participants. I am Vaishnavi Upadhyay, representing Team A. Jai Hind to everyone present here today. I am Shreya, representing Team A.
Jai Hind, respected jury members, dignitaries, moderators, and all the teachers. I'm Swarangi representing Team A, and I wish all the very best to all the worthy participants.
Jai Hind everyone. I am Anit representing Team A.
Now I invite Team B, APS Bangalore, for the match to introduce themselves one by one.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Parnita Bish from class 12. I'm looking forward to a very healthy competition. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gunjan Kaur. I'm from class 12th, and I'm looking forward for a great competition ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adit Goswami from APS Kamraj.
सभी अध्यापक गण को मेरा सुप्रभात। मेरा नाम स्नेहा है और मैं कक्षा 12वीं से हूँ और आप सभी को
Thank you, both the team members. Now, I know that you all are aware of the rules and regulations and the format of the competition. But again, I want to reiterate upon all the rules. I request everyone except judges and team members to turn off their cameras. I request everyone to mute their mics except when they are speaking. Both the team members are requested not to use any electronic device except the platform used for the match. Team A will be given 10 to 12 minutes to present the commentary, basically answering the ethical question put up by the moderator at the end of the case study. A reminder after 10 minutes and one after 12 minutes will be given to the children. After that, two marks will be deducted per minute for exceeding the time limit. Team B will be given 2 to 3 minutes to confer post Team A's presentation and present their viewpoint on the ethical question lasting 5 to 7 minutes. They may agree or disagree to their viewpoints. In either case, they need to give their reasons. They're also required to ask a maximum of 2 questions to Team A post their commentary. Team A will be given 2 to 3 minutes to confer and come back with their answers. No cross questioning will be done by Team B. They are given another 5 minutes to answer the questions put up by Team B. Team can decide whether all speak or one speaks. No rule on this as long as the question is answered. Then both the judges will ask one question each. They are allowed to cross question the participants. Once both the judges are done with their questions, the moderator will declare a break of 15 minutes before the team B presents its commentary. I hope all the rules and regulations are clear to everyone. Now, I invite Team A, APS Sagar. Now, the case study topic for Team A is KM Nanavati versus State of Maharashtra. M. Nanavati versus State of Maharashtra is one of India's landmark judgments that received unparalleled media coverage. It presented the commonplace question of a suspected murder by an enraged husband of his wife's paramour. It sets an example of an upper class crime of passion, arousing considerable interest in the public mind. This case, KM Nanavati versus the State of Maharashtra, is one of the landmark cases in the Indian history and marked the end of jury trials in India. KM Nanavati was a respected naval officer who killed his wife's extra-martial lover, Ahuja, in 1959. Nanavati, after committing the crime, went to the local police and turned himself in. The main point of contention was whether the action of Nanavati was due to grave provocation or it was a premeditated murder. The petitioners contended that during a confrontation of Nanavati with Ahuja, the latter stated that he could not marry every woman he slept with, which led to Nanavati killing Ahuja. Their arguments were based on the fact that Nanavati committed the murder in the heat of the moment, and thus it was a case of culpable homicide, not amounting to murder. The respondents contended that Nanavati had, after listening to his wife's confession, dropped her and the children off to the cinema, gone to his ship to procure a rifle, and then gone to visit Ahuja. It was contended that it was clearly implied that Nanavati had the intention to murder Ahuja and there was no sudden provocation. The jury of the trial court declared KM Nanavati was found not guilty with an 8-1 majority verdict. The verdict, like the Tarakeshwar case, reflected the popular sentiment that sympathized with Nanavati. But the sessions judge overturned the verdict and sent it to the High Court of Bombay, wherein the court held the accused guilty of murder under Section 302 of the Penal Code and sentenced him to life imprisonment. On appeal, the Supreme Court upheld the High Court judgment, saying that Nanavati had plenty of time to calm down and thus it was a case of premeditated murder. However, he was granted parole on grounds of ill health in 1963 and then later pardoned by the governor of Bombay. Now, the question for the team is the higher judiciary, purely on the touchstone of law, found Nanavati guilty, but beyond the realm of law is the world of morality. Was Nanavati morally right in killing a man who had destroyed his marriage and family? Your time starts now.
Are we audible, ma'am?
Yes.
There is no such thing as a crime of passion, only a crime of possession. And these crimes can never be justified. Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, honorable judges, and my fellow participants. Today, we, the students of Team A, are here to present our views and opinions on the given case. The extramarital affair, as mentioned in the case study, actually happens everywhere, and the mental state and trauma that Nanavati underwent is also experienced by so many others. Then, do you think that all those people who experienced betrayal should go ahead and kill the other person? Would it be morally and ethically correct? Obviously not. And just as Mahatma Gandhi said, an eye for an eye makes the entire world blind. The stakeholders of this case are Nanavati, his wife, their children, and Ahuja. Now, let's delve deeper and discuss all possible viewpoints. Over to you, Shreya.
As seen in the case, one would wonder from the actions of the jury, are we to grant parole to anyone simply on the basis of sympathetic grounds? The acquittal of Mr. Nanavati by the jury was unethical and also against the spirit of law. Just because the public sentiments were in favor of Nanavati, that can never justify the crime he did. It was completely immoral on their part to be influenced by their emotions and beliefs while giving a verdict. Moreover, we know that the High Court held Mr. Nanavati guilty of murder and sentenced him to lifetime imprisonment. 3 years later, he was granted parole on the grounds of ill health and also pardoned by the governor of Bombay. So, coming back to the question which was asked in this case study, is his acquittal ethically right? Are we to ignore the legal and moral aspect of their actions completely and then also pardon them? Obviously not. Having connections and spending imprisonment time in bungalows is not what equality before law actually states. Over to you, Anit.
Now let's move on to the causes. An important cause of the acquittal of Nanavati by the jury in the given case is media. Media played a major role in framing the opinion of the whole nation and consequently the jury members. Most of the people were in support of Nanavati because the support he got from the so-called unbiased media. For example, Blitz, a weekly tabloid, was owned by a Parsi and he publicized the story portraying Nanavati as an upright officer who was betrayed by a close friend. Political parties were also not far away from this matter. To gain the vote bank of the Parsis, Congress party took a step forward to defend Nanavati. Jury trials, which were done earlier, were also of no use in this case, as most of the people in the bench of jury were Parsis. So they took this advantage and proved him moral. But what about the ethics a judge must follow? The duty of the judge is to provide fair decision and follow the path of truth. But the bench of trial was completely biased. But when the matter reached the Supreme Court of India, the direction of the wind changed completely. Because in the trials before Judge K. Subbarao, Nanavati was found guilty and was held for lifetime imprisonment. Over to you, Sorangi.
Now, I would like to draw your attention to other dimensions involved in this case. One very important cause of this murder case was the fact that weapons were easily available. It's true that Nanavati was a naval officer, but he was out in the city and was among civilians. There must be some laws and regulations that binded this process, because what happened is that Nanavati went to the naval base, collected his revolver and 6 bullets on a false pretext, citing self protection as he was going to drive through the jungles of Aurangabad after he had completed his official duties. We can understand with the example of US. You all must have heard of the mass shooting that are happening across the country, and the sole reason being that they don't have any arms regulation laws. This example shows how important it is to regulate arms even for defense officials. Now over to Vaishnavi.
But for once, let's look at this from a different perspective. Psychologist Philip Zimbardo, in his book, shows us how formerly good, upstanding men and women can also become monsters by situational forces and group forces that work together. This is known as Lucifer effect, and this is exactly what happened with Nanavati. However, Zimbardo also reassures us that even though we are capable of terrible things, we have the power to teach ourselves to act heroically instead. And this exactly applies in this case. It's understandable that he was furious. He lost his calm, felt betrayed, and was angry. But despite all that, he absolutely had no right over someone else's life. And a statement that he did for self defense or in the heat of the moment also cannot justify his act. Why? Because of the fact that he was very well prepared with gun and all. This shows that it was a pre-planned murder. So answering the dilemma in the case as to whether Nanavati's actions were morally correct, I would say the act of Nanavati was wrong both legally, ethically, and morally. Over to you, Anit.
Let us now analyze the aftermath of such incidents. Going by the example of Nanavati, indulging in homicide or murder would become highly prevalent if every other convict began turning himself after committing the crime. The very purpose of imprisonment would be severely undermined, diminishing the impact of such sentences, and it would also encourage the future crimes. Over to you, Shreya.
Let us now take a look at what kind of effect Nanavati's case would have on future cases. Let us take into account the connections Commander Nanavati had as a naval officer as well as a Parsi. He was pardoned by the then governor of Bombay, who was Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit, the sister of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, because they required the contribution of Parsis to their vote bank. And all of this politics was the actual reason behind the acquittal of Nanavati. Thus, taking us to the fact that if every other person is pardoned on such superficial grounds, it will most definitely set a bad example for the rulings in other cases. Over to you, Swarangi.
Let's also understand what toll it would take on Nanavati's children. Infidelity impacts children in different ways, depending on many circumstances. 70% of them describe this as affecting their general trust in others. Many kids easily pick up on the painful feelings and anger of their parents, and they are likely to be more strongly impacted, especially if they are not given emotional support. KM Nanavati and Sylvia had 3 children. The tension and frequent clashes between their parents would have made them more vulnerable. After all, children at such tender ages learn things largely by observing others, especially their parents. Such acts by parents, though unknowingly, imbibe wrong moral principles in the child. Some common effects are feeling abandoned, disregarding the concept of marriage to the very extent that they themselves might not marry, depression, anxiety, suicidal tendency, and disrespect, and often feelings of revenge towards the parent. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to Vaishnavi for solutions.
Now, let's move on and look at some of the solutions. The most basic one would be to introduce reforms in arms handling laws. Here, let's take the example of Japan. Japan has some of the strictest gun laws in the world, with applicants needing to show a clear reason for wanting to own a gun, pass a written test, and achieve at least 95% accuracy on a shooting range. Such laws are required to ensure safety of the people, and especially in this case, as Intolerant officers like Nanavati are detrimental for the nation at large. Defense services often require quick decision making, and being driven by anger and taking the wrong step might land him in danger. Another very important aspect of this I'd like to bring to your notice is that of the media. We all saw how media was having extremist reporting in this case. This not only influenced public opinion but also diverted the judgment of the jury. These media houses neglect their ethical and moral responsibility as one of the most important pillars of democracy and give their own verdict regardless of the consequences. Now, what they must do is that to understand their ethical and moral responsibility they have as a platform that can literally change everything. Over to you, Swarangi.
Here, I would also like to bring to your notice how public and even the jury was being sympathetic towards Nanavati. This not only happened in this case, but this notion is prevalent since a very long time. One such incident quoted in the case study is that of the Tarakeshwar case. It's a scandal that happened in the 19th century and the husband, instead of being punished, ended by becoming a hero who did the right thing, and he had the support of the entire public and society. This sympathetic practice has long been going, but what people fail to understand is that having been wronged does not give you the right to do wrong. Now, over to my teammates.
The rage and anger Nanavati had is totally understandable. Any sane person would feel that way. But even after all that, he had no right to take another person's life. He loved his wife immensely, agreed to that. But to be very honest, above all that is the relation of humanity, and he had that relation with Ahuja. So, what he did was legally, morally, and ethically wrong and can never be justified. I'd like to conclude by saying that ethics is determining the difference between what we have the right to do and what is right to do. Thank you so much.
May I know the time, ma'am? What's the time now? Is it over? Thank you, Team A. Thank you, Team A, for your wonderful critical analysis. Now, I would request Team B to confer for 3 minutes and present your viewpoint on the ethical question. Your time starts now. Ma'am, may I see time on the screen? Thank you. Children, you have 3 minutes to confer and then you can present your viewpoints. Team B, are you ready? Three minutes, okay. Almost done.
नहीं बजी 30.
Yes, now you can start. Team B.
मैम क्या आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं?
Yes, you are audible.
धन्यवाद। टीम ए, आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा बोला। अब हमारा दल आप सबके समक्ष अपने कुछ विचार प्रस्तुत करना चाहेगा। आरोपी नानावती का जो केस था, उसके ऊपर हत्या का केस किया गया, जिस पर आईपीसी की धारा 302 के तहत एक मुकदमा चलाया गया था। अब ये केस, जैसा हम सब जानते हैं, काफी प्रसिद्ध हुआ, ना कि केवल इसकी लोकप्रियता के कारण, परंतु कानूनी बिंदुओं के कारण भी, जैसे कि अपवाद की दलील, सबूत का बोझ, गंभीर व कोई भी अनजान स्थिति का परीक्षण और साथ ही साथ सत्र न्यायाधीश के संदर्भ की क्षमता को परखने के लिए उच्च न्यायालय की शक्ति। जब इसका ये मामला सामने आया तो जूरी ने नानावती के समक्ष सहानुभूति दिखाकर उसे 8-1 की बहुमत से बाइज्जत बरी कर दिया गया और उसे दोषी नहीं ठहरा दिया गया। अब कानून की मांग, कानून का राज और समाज की मांगे आपस में टकरा गई और ये स्पष्ट था कि किसी ना किसी को तो अब यहाँ पर झुकना पड़ेगा। अब यदि हम इस बात को एक नैतिक स्तर पर देखें, नैतिक स्थिति से देखें, तो जो नानावती ने किया वह गलत था। हमारे आदर्श, हमारा कानून कहीं नहीं कहता कि हमें किसी भी व्यक्ति की जान लेने की कोई भी तरह की हमें कोई वो नहीं देता। इसलिए मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि यदि उसे कोई वो चाहिए था, उसे कोर्ट के पास जाकर अपील करनी चाहिए थी, यदि उसे न्याय चाहिए था, और शायद उसे न्याय भी मिलता, क्योंकि इस मामले में गलती ना केवल उस प्रेमी की परंतु उसकी पत्नी की भी थी। तो मेरा मानना है कि शायद वह अपनी पत्नी को इस सब मामले में नहीं धकेलना चाहता था या चाहता नहीं था कि उसे कोई सजा मिले, जो कि काफी अनैतिक है। कोई भी व्यक्ति अक्सर भावनाओं में बहकर कुछ ऐसा कर बैठता है कि आगे चलकर वह पछताता है, और मेरा यह मानना है कि किसी भी स्थिति को ना केवल भावनात्मक रूप से पर उसे व्यवहारिक रूप से भी आपको परखना चाहिए, तभी आप सही रूप से उसे समझ पाएंगे। अब मैं अपनी दल सखी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने के लिए।
Thank you so much, Neha. The Nanavati case, we only see at Officer Nanavati as the criminal or the person who committed the crime. But I would also like to ask, at the end of the day, KM Nanavati was a human. And just to support my statements, I would like to take you the case of if there's a person and he's about to commit a suicide. And at the same time, there's a person who is not in the right frame of mind, like how KM Nanavati was, and he's about to take the revolver and go and shoot a guy. Both of them are in the same state of mind, which is of distress, which is where they're not able to think in the right way. So I feel for KM Nanavati at that particular point, morally, it might have been ethical, or morally, it might have been correct for him to pick up that revolver, go to his house and shoot him. But at the end of the day, he was a naval officer. He carried a uniform, a honor, a prestige with his name, and for him to commit such a crime, to go and shoot a person, and by signing out a naval pistol, I think that was unethical. So there are two sides to this case, like every ethical dilemma has, and I feel Nanavati had his own side, but at the same time, murder is unethical. And just to add on, executives should not have influence on the judiciary. Moving on, I would like my teammate to speak on further.
Thank you so much, Kunjan. Now, the first question delves on how law declared Nanavati guilty. However, we must also see the moral aspect of the situation. Now, morals are very different from laws and from ethics. They vary from person to person, from age to age. A few hundred years ago, sati was considered morally right. Women thought it was her moral obligation to sacrifice her life with her husband. And not to mention that when this case occurred, adultery was considered a heinous crime. It is only in 2018 or in the last decade that adultery was no longer considered illegal. So you imagine time in 1950s in a patriarchal society where adultery was taken more seriously when done by the woman than by the male counterpart. So you see that the jury thought that the crime of the women somehow was more worse.
The time is up. Now, Team A is given 2 to 3 minutes to confirm, and then they can respond to Team B's question.
So, in conclusion, we would like to say that we need to consider Nanavati as a human and also see the other side of the story. Now, I would like my teammate to ask a question.
The question we asked Team A is that the jury system till date is being used in several countries, like the West. What makes you think is the reason that it works there and not in India? Thank you.
Okay, now Team A is given 2 to 3 minutes to confer, and then they can respond to Team B's question. Your time is up. Are you all ready for the answer?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Team B, for your question. As you asked us that the jury system effectively works in Western countries but not in India, I would like to say that not only in India, actually, jury system in most of our neighboring countries and the Middle East as well. For example, Pakistan and countries as such, they do not have a jury system. And the reason is simple because in India we have diversity like no other in the entire world. Such diversity is very hard to accommodate, and in most of the cases, the jury can be influenced by factors such as wealth, the social status of the person, as in this case, Nanavati was a naval officer, as well. He came from a wealthy background. So this influence had this thing had an influence on the jury members. Apart from all that, we can compare it with panchayati raj system in India. Okay, in panchayats we have five sarpanchs, right? It is possible that one or two of them can be biased, and that will influence the entire decision being made. Over to you, Shreya.
Like Vaishnavi mentioned, our country is a diverse one with not only religions but also different tribes and communities as well. So, in this aspect, I believe that different countries do not have this large extent of diversity. And not just that, we also have a lot of influence of political leaders. These political leaders are the torch bearers of religion, and they have brainwashed the people, and the people in turn have some sort of influence on the jury as well. And there have been many cases wherein the jury members also state that if I had not punished the convict, they would have killed me. So that kind of pressure is very much prevalent in our country. Therefore, the jury system is not very much effective in countries like ours. Over to you, Anit.
Let us take the example of this case only. The jury was completely biased because of the religion they were favoring. We all know that the jury members are well educated, but in this case, they favored their religion. Out of the 9 members of jury, 6 were Parsis. And we all know Nanavati was also Parsi, so he favored their religion. And the religion became the changing point in this whole decision and led to the biased decision of the jury members. Over to you, Shreya.
Another aspect is that of the effect the people have upon the jury. The people here were very blindly supporting Nanavati, and this concept is known as parasocial relationships. These are one sided relationships the people create with figures in mass media such as celebrities, politicians, or Nanavati, as in this case. These people develop some sort of feelings of support towards him to the extent that they start harboring feelings of negativity towards the person Nanavati was against. So I believe that the people greatly had a lot of influence. The people themselves were a little blind, in my opinion, and because of their immense support for Nanavati, the jury also eventually had to give in. Over to you, Svarangi.
If you disobey the laws of God, you're a sinner. If you disobey the laws of man, you're a criminal. In this very case, Nanavati did it both, but still he is not guilty in the eyes of law. It's so sad that in a democratic nation like India, which is also equipped with hybrid legal system, and despite that, officers like him escape the judicial punishment very easily that they deserve. Such officers symbolize pride and honor in a nation, and yet such intolerant officers are not good for the nation at large, as calmness and adaptability plays a very important and crucial role of the job and role that they perform. Now over to my teammates.
Not to mention, India may respect defense personnel as well, which could be another factor why the jury did not wish to shame him publicly. In conclusion, These were the different factors due to which jury system is not prevalent in India, and I believe that a particular system cannot suit all countries and we should be open to adapting different kinds of systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Team A, for your answer. Your
Excuse me,
time is
ma'am. Are we allowed to ask another question, or do we?
you have asked two questions, I think. You
No,
have
ma'am. We asked one question. Are we allowed for another one?
5 minutes were given for you for that question. 5 minutes were given.
Ma'am, we had 5 to 7 minutes, but whatever
Cannot
is
counter
according to the.
question. Sorry, you cannot count.
Okay. No, ma'am, it's not a counter question, just related with the case. But no
But
problem, ma'am.
but your time is up.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
To ask that time only.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Now I would request the judges to ask one question to Team A.
Shailendra sir, would you like to lead or should I ask?
Please go ahead, Nitin sir.
Okay, thank you so much. At the outset, I must say that the discussion, case study discussion was at a very high level. Something that I was not expecting from children of your age. But very mature thinking was displayed, and all aspects of this case were very clearly brought out by the team A, and the comments from team B were also very, very considered. And they brought out some aspects which were not covered by team A. So it was a very comprehensive discussion. Now, the question in such cases are that there are few, as you rightly said, there are 2-3 dimensions to it. One is the human dimension to it, the other is the public dimension to it, and the third is legal dimension to it. And of course, the human dimension also covers the ethical dimension of it. Now, I would like to ask Team A that, and it's a very simple question, but I would like you to listen carefully, that the case highlights the role of Nanavati as an offender. Case also highlights Mr. Ahuja as a victim of a crime. He was a victim not from the crime per se, but where one person was killed by another. I mean, I'm just limiting it to that context alone. What do you think about the responsibility and accountability of Mrs. Nanavati in this whole case? And associated with it is another question: what should have been a more rational or logical end to this tragedy? I have another question, but first you answer this. Then in case it is required, then I'll ask the other question. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, we cannot see the timer and we do not know how much time has passed and what's remaining for us to discuss.
You can start as soon as you have finished discussion with your teammates. You can start.
Okay, ma'am.
Poona ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, will they be given 5 minutes, 3 minutes to confirm?
Ma'am, they will answer immediately after the judges have asked their question.
Answer immediately as soon as you have got the question. So please answer.
Thank you so much, Nitin sir, for your question.
Yeah.
As you asked us, what were the responsibilities and accountabilities of Mrs. Nanavati, and what could have been you know, a more rational solution to this problem? So here I would like to say that it's true that Mrs. Nanavati truly she could not fulfill her role of wife in this case, not only of a wife but also of a human being, because she knew that her husband is now will be enraged after hearing all this. Even after all that, she went to the cinema hall, and that shows that she was not concerned about what he'll be doing next. What have been done is that she should have talked with him, not just left him alone to tackle with this problem alone, but she should have talked out a course of action, for example going to a counselor. And I would like to give an example of Germany. Here they have family welfare centers where such issues are tackled, because the problems that arise in such stages actually require counseling and proper solutions. Over to you, Shreya.
Another aspect here is that when Mrs. Nanavati was marrying Mr. Nanavati, she must have known the kind of profession that he's working in. And it is, it's not something that we can question that she would not have known the kind of lifestyle that he leads or the kind of life that she would have after being married to him. So that she did know beforehand that the kind of difficulties they were going to face due to the distance and so on. And another aspect here is that she very openly went and started a relationship with someone Mr. Nanavati had been friends with for over 15 years. And when Mr. Ahuja refused to commit to her, and quote unquote, he said, "Am I supposed to marry every woman I sleep with?" That is when she turned to her husband, because she was worried about the stability which Mr. Ahuja had earlier promised but was now denying. Another aspect here is that defense institutions generally have welfare centers, as we do now, and army wives, in a very prevalent manner for all these years, have been handling this distance in a very respectable manner. Our teachers, our mothers, people we know, respected dignitaries present here today, everyone is handling this problem of distance in a very respectful and calm manner. They did not simply resort to infidelity as Mrs. Nanavati so easily did. In fact, history here plays a vital role, wherein we know that kings used to be away for war and campaigns for years on years, and yet infidelity as a whole was not something so very much prevalent, or it was not very problematic in those times. So I believe that communication here was key, that if she felt that her husband being away is a problem for her, she should have communicated how they can reform the relation, or if she wanted a divorce, that should have been very clearly stated by her. Over to you, Swarangi.
Infidelity on the part of Ahuja and Mrs. Nanavati was anyway wrong, and she should not have, and instead she should have consulted the commander had there been any such issues in their married life due to distance, insecurities, or anything for that matter. And now, coming to the second part of the question, that what should have been a more rational approach? Commander Nanavati should have considered talking to his wife and asking for her will, whether she wanted to stay with him, and it would definitely be the case if she truly loved him. Or he should have asked him whether she's ready to marry Prem Ahuja, and if he denied, if Mr. Ahuja denied, then Mr. Nanavati should have respectfully engaged in an respectfully engaged in exchange of dialogues, and should have consulted and counseled her and helped her to move on this particular incident of her life. Now over to Anit.
Now, if it would be have the case at the present scenario, the Indian Army has military police. So to handle these type of cases within the institution, military police is a great example. For example, if a case has been happened in the army itself, then why to reach the civil police? The military police has the capabilities and has the past experience to handle these type of situations. So if I would have been at this place, so it was my responsibility to not to act in rage and should reach these type of institutions which can handle the problems peacefully and should resolve the matter immediately. Thanks you.
Any other questions, sir?
No, have you finished answering those two questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I just want to respond briefly. My third question was what could have been the systemic factors which could be looked at to avoid such instances, but that has been largely covered by your answer given to the last two questions. So I'm not going to that. Briefly responding to the answers you are given, not from the point of view of the contest as such, but I would just like to leave some thoughts behind that would help you in sharpening your thinking in this line. And I'm not touching the legal aspect because Shailendra sir is sitting there, so he will definitely throw more light on this, and I'm not the right entitled person also to say about that. But what you talked about civil police and military police, I just want to touch upon one thing, that once a crime is committed, it is not the proximity or premises of where the crime is committed. It is a crime which is punishable under the civil law or civil laws of the country. So any police would have had the same thing. It is not related to the forces. And let us see this case, though Mr. Nanavati was a uniform, soldier of this country, but it could have happened anywhere else also. So I think the same law is applicable to everyone. It was not a war crime, or it was not a crime which was related to the defense forces. So let us not get into that one thing. Secondly, see, if you see this case very clearly, it became a breach of law later on, but it started with breach of trust. The main genesis of this whole case was breach of trust between two human beings. Largely so, there are many ahujas which are floating around. But what happens to Mrs. Nanavati's? Because it is a family matter. So it was a major breach of trust which ultimately led to breach of law and a crime that everyone saw. And I'm not getting into the other aspects, but there is one very important aspect here, and that is the family values. We are talking about that, and the group also said that Mrs. Nanavati could have had a peaceful discussion with Mr. Nanavati, and they could have separated peacefully. Now, I am afraid the group has not considered the fate of 3 children that they had. I mean, are they just there as a showpiece? They were a part of their life. And when they produced those children, there was a commitment, there is a trust, there is an obligation, there is a responsibility, which as a parent they had. They were not individuals anymore. They were not husband and wife anymore. They had become father and mother. And when we imagine this, that those 3 children are absolutely ignored. Absolutely, I mean, they've been neglected from the point of view of that what kind of upbringing the mother's responsibility was, the father's responsibility was, and under the circumstances, whatever job requirements you have said, it's fine. But the children and the responsibility factor in a marriage and the family values play a very important role here, right? So, in case we are able to first look at the family values and be ethical in our following our family values, first of all, have values and then follow them, then probably this could be a long systemic solution to this whole problem. Distances do not matter as long as virtually, soulfully, and with values we are connected to each other. So breach of trust cannot take place. It is much more than a physical pleasure, than the involvement into a marriage or into a relationship. Secondly, I would like to just throw upon one small thing which is quite evident in this case study, where there was a gentleman, a psychologist called David McClellan, and he had a theory of need for achievement, which was propounded long back, about 50 years back. But it is still true. In that theory of need for achievement, he had given the concept of locus of control. Now, what is locus of control? Locus of control is that when a person acts and when he is asked why did he act in a particular manner, does he hold himself responsible first, or he is pointing out fingers at others? Now, in this case, you will find that everybody, even the group has given the answer that jury was influenced by religion, judges were influenced by political pressure, juries can be influenced by even political pressure or some local pressure also. So that does not allow anyone in a responsible position to put the locus of control on the outside factors. Even Nanavati can say that if Ahuja had not acted this way, I would not have acted. Anyone, so the first question is locus of control. Wherever the locus of control is within, things go right. And whenever the locus of control is outside, you can find 10 reasons for that. But none of those reasons can justify your actions. The only thing which can justify your action is your own reasoning, which is lying within you. And that is why those achievers, those people who are highly successful, control residing within, they never give answers. And that is why Nanavati should have been, held himself responsible for this. Ahuja was not there to defend himself; he's already gone. Mrs. Nanavati will meet her fate because her crime actually was not covered under the Indian Penal Code at that time, or there was no complaint against her. But whoever was the initiator should have held himself responsible for anything else and taken the responsibility. So this locus of control theory is very important. When the family's values comes, any responsible action by father, mother, children, they all are accountable to within the family. And if within the family values are adhered to, such situations may not arise. Such breach of trust may not take place. I just wanted to leave this thought behind with you. And I would like now request Shailendra sir to go ahead with this question.
Thank you so much, sir. Whatever you said was very informative and it was so insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Beta.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening our students with your words of wisdom. Now I request Shailendra sir to express his views for Team A and ask a question.
Thank you, Nitin sir. That was a very nice insight and a more detailed analysis of the situation or the question which has been put up before the students. Now, if you look at that problem, this problem has, as you have studied and as you have put up, this has two major aspects. One is the aspect of ethics and morality, and the second is the aspect of law. Now, being from the legal field, it compels me to touch this aspect of law and to gauge, to make myself understand as to what is your understanding as students of class 10 to 12th, I suppose, about the realm or the field in which ethics and morality on the one side and the law on the other side, they operate. See, maybe many of you may be thinking of law as a field of practice or as your career in future, probably after 12th or after your graduation. But let me first understand from you your thoughts on where does or in which field ethics operate and in which field the law operates. So this case is already before you, which you have studied. But let me give you another example. You have heard of the forest laws. Okay, there are many laws relating to forests. If you are going in a forest, you cannot take out anything from the forest. It's a protected forest. And you cannot do any hunting. You cannot take away any plants or timber or anything of that particular sort. And now you also know of the tribal people who have been for ages together. They have been living in the forest. The forest has been their home. The forest has been their source of livelihood. The forest has been their source of food. So there are forest laws which prevent you from taking anything from forest. And there are tribal people whose basic living is dependent upon the forest. So for example, there are tribals who are going to the forest, collecting some firewood, who are going to the forest, collecting something like tendupatta, if you have heard of this term, which is usually used in those in BD factories, or mahua flowers, or some food items which are available, like fruits and everything. Now, this is a position where a tribal person goes to the forest and collects certain things on which his daily bread and butter is dependent, and he takes it away. But what he is doing is morally right because he is feeding himself and his family. But what he is doing is legally wrong because he is violating a law. Okay. So, my question to you firstly, whether law should follow the ethics and morality, and which is a larger field of regulation and which is a stricter field of regulation. Now try to understand this question in a better way. I'll just explain to you. Why do you need ethics and morality, and why do you need a law? A person singly alone residing or is staying in the jungle or staying in the place, or consider a situation when there was no society at all. So there is only one person who is living, say for example, the earlier time or in the Christian concept of Adam. So he's a single person living. Okay. So whether he needs a law, whether he needs any ethics, whether he needs any morality, no, because he's alone. So when these concepts come into picture, when they come into operation, when there is some society. So to manage a society, you need ethics, you need morality. To manage a society, you need the law. So what develops first, whether it is the law which develops first or whether it is the ethics which develop first? So how these things have evolved? So this question of mine is both anthropological, psychological, as well as legal. So why there is a need of ethics and why there is a need of law, and which should have an upper hand? The law should have an upper hand or the ethics and morality should have an upper hand. So this is the first question of mine. And related to this, the second question would be, what kind of ethics? Now, we know, I will explain to you once you have answered it. Which ethics
Excuse me, sir, you're not audible.
Actually, I think we have lost contact with Shailendra sir.
Yes.
We'll have to wait till it is restored. Shailendra sir, are you there?
So we are just getting in touch with him. Thank you.
In Pune, it's raining badly. That could be the reason for low network.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, there is some connectivity problem, so my laptop logged out. So I've joined from the cell phone.
You may continue, sir.
Okay. So the second question which I was putting to you people. Now, I'm not expecting the answers from you as experts in the legal field, but how you student think of it. I want your perspective of it. So the question second was that, see, every society has its own moral values. Every society has its own ethical solutions and ethical standards. Like, for example, Sir was talking about the family values. Now, these family values, a close-knit family in India might be totally different from a close-knit family in some Western countries or in United States or countries like that. The individual preferences or the weightage given to individuality in foreign countries is much more than what it is given in Indian culture. So the ethical values differ. The question to you is that, while framing a law, what are the ethical values which the lawmakers should follow, whether of that particular society or whether they can import certain ethical values which they feel are necessary to be imbibed in that particular society or inculcated in that particular society. Okay, so this is a related question to the first question. And okay, so you give a thought to it and try to answer this. Again, I make it clear, I am not expecting answer as students of law. I'm expecting an answer as students who can think of about ethics in law? I hope my questions are clear. If you have any difficulty in understanding the questions, you can definitely ask me.
Sir, it was very clear and we understood everything.
Very good.
One request to moderator. I think my understanding is that the question needs to be responded immediately, impromptu.
Yes, please.
It should not be there should not be any preparation time given. Otherwise, we'll have to give it to all teams.
Okay, thank you, sir, for this information. Team
So
A, are you
please decide if you want to give them time. Then we'll have to give it to all the teams.
You have to give them time because it is not mentioned in the rules. So they have to start immediately. So please start, Team A. Team A.
I have a meeting. I will attend the meeting in the class. I will let them see as well. It's a competition, online competition.
Ma'am, there's some background noise, I guess. May I start?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Shalinder sir, for your question. As you're asking us about whether we should follow ethics and morality while forming laws, or we should be more legal, or which of the field dominates. My understanding of this says that it depends on case to case basis. Everything cannot be similar. No case is similar. All of it have different dimensions and all of it has to be kept in mind. Why? Because when we talk about human being, the nature is so complex that we have to take all the dimensions involved so that we can give out a better judgment. I can give an example to this. For example, we can take the example of Russia. Okay. Russia thought that the Western countries are influencing them because of their laws and their understanding of the world. So they declared that they will not take stand on domestic violence the way Westerners are doing. And they said that they will take traditional values, the values that Russians have. They will take traditional values and make laws with that. But what happened? What actually happened is that the condition of women there drastically went down, so much that even during this COVID pandemic, they had to give a break to women during to break this pandemic's uh, quarantine laws. Yes. Why? Because it became such a huge problem there. So what I would think that yes, as you said, country better. Over to you, Shreya.
So I believe that ethics and morals, as compared to laws, is a much larger realm. And in fact, it starts from very childhood. In psychology, as 12th standard students, we are learning about id, ego, and superego. So as the child grows up, they eventually start learning what should be done. No, at first they are so insistent on satisfying their needs and wants. Then they learn how they should behave, and then they learn what is ethical and what is moral. And so I believe that law cannot reach each and every member of society regardless of their age and literacy also. So I believe that ethics and morals is a much larger realm. It penetrates each and every community, each and every person. And these ethics and morals are prevalent and they are existing amongst even tribes who are not literate. But laws, as you mentioned, that a tribal person does not know that the law demands him to not enter the forest, but they do know what is ethical and what is moral. They do know that they shouldn't just go about killing each other, and such ethics and such morals are known to them. But laws are more restricted. It is a more restricted field which is known to the educated people living mostly in the urban areas. And If you take, for example, Panchayati Raj, it functions on ethics and morals which those people have been learning since children. Ethics and morals which are being imparted to them by their parents, by their grandparents. And all of this is, oral, moral stories which are orally told. Nothing is written, nothing is established, nothing is civilized. And yet, ethics and morals are very easily able to penetrate societies worldwide. So you cannot say that a person is savage simply because they do not know established set of rules or constitution and so on. They do know general ethics and morals. They do know how they should behave as human beings in a civilized manner towards each other. Over to you, Swarangi.
So, we firmly believe that ethics and law are flip sides of the same coin and they should simultaneously go hand in hand. Had there been high ethical and moral standards in our society, there would have been no requirement for laws or at least punishment. It is innate human nature that we all need safety and security, but we do not perform our duties. Take, for example, we always demand our fundamental rights, but we are not ready to perform our fundamental duties. Hardly few of us know about it. Now, coming to the second part of your question, law is needed in a society because of diversity. And we all are different from each other. We have different thought process. Every society has its own moral values and system. And to bring the ethical standards to a certain global level, to a certain international global level, laws are needed for human welfare and national and even international development at large. Over to Vaishnavi.
I would also like to speak about what you said, that ethics and morals, they are very different in different regions. For example, what are the ethics and morals of Afghanistan will not be the same in India, right? So when we are incorporating ethics with laws, we have to see what region are we targeting. For example, India, here we have laws that actually support ethics. But one more thing we have to keep in mind, sometimes ethics and laws can clash. For example, a person did something that is legally wrong to save someone's life. It can happen. It can happen, and it does happen. In such a scenario, what can happen is the person making the judgment. This comes on his shoulder. The person making the judgment. The flexibility has to be there. If the situation really demanded that the outbreach of that law, then in that case the person will not be will not be sued for offense. But if that condition did not require that breach of law, and it was not at all necessary, it was not necessary in ethical values, ethical grounds or moral grounds, then the person in charge would know that no, this was wrong. So I would like to conclude by saying that yes, every region have different ethics, they have different morals, but laws can be incorporated and it can change. It can have different variations from region to region. Just as climate is not the same everywhere. Is not same everywhere in the entire world. So why should laws be? They should be incorporated in that society. What the society sees as right, as morally, ethically correct, they should incorporate laws into that. But at the same time, if there is something that should be reformed, for example, in India too, sati practice was thought to be ethically and morally correct, but that was wrong. And this reform was brought here because of law. Such laws should be made if they are for the welfare of the people. Thank you so much, sir.
So, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, so you're done with your answers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that gentleman at the right doesn't have to say anything? Okay, no issue. See, while trying to understand the realm of morality and law, you all have studied the concept of sets and Venn diagram. Yes? So if you make a Venn diagram, the morality is a bigger circle and the law is an inner circle. Okay. So morality and ethics covers a lot more things than which law can cover. But as far as the impact is concerned, morality and ethics has an impact on the mind, the psychology, the social fabric, and what law has is actual governance, actual regulation. Okay. So, for example, uh, what can be legally correct may not be morally correct, and what can be uh, morally wrong may not be legally wrong. Giving an example, whether the parents need to take care of their children after the age of 18. Yeah, there are societies where it is considered that once you are an adult, the parents' responsibility end. But if you are in Indian society, the parents' responsibility, morally, it is said, will not end forever. The parent consider themselves responsible for their children, even if their children become old. Okay? But legally, it is not. So legally, the responsibility ends at a particular certain age. Other way around, whether you should take care of your parents, yes. Morally, it is your responsibility. Old age parents, it is morally your responsibility. But whether it is a legal responsibility also, it may not be. You're not legally responsible. So what law creates, law tries to create rights and liabilities. Correct? And what the ethics and morality give, ethics and morality create a boundaries of your personal thinking and your personal behavior. That these are certain boundaries set up. So if you see, when does or how does this concept of ethics has come into the society? It is for your own personal growth as a person, and it starts with your own quest, your own curiosity about yourself. When that is there, then the concept of ethics starts. So when man was at primitive stage, he did not have the concepts of ethics and morality and everything. He was concerned only for his food and livelihood. And in that, whatever he felt right, he could do it. But then, as man started understanding his own existence, his own reality, then he found that he is something more than what he finds himself to be. And when that happens, that inquisitiveness happens, then the realization about oneself is the origin of the concept of ethics. Right? So, this is what I wanted you to understand. And second aspect about importing the various concepts. Now, if you know, Indian Constitution, when it was drafted, Indian Constitution has taken up various provisions from different constitutions all over the world. Now, certain things which one set of people in the society may feel to be correct, but still, as per certain standards of ethics, it may not be correct. Like that sati pratha, which some student talked about. For certain set of people, it was a right thing to do. But ethically, and even by the original Indian cultural standards or the original Indian culture, it was not a good or approved culture. So, to make a law to go back to the original ethics will not be a bad thing to do. So, sometimes what law does, Law takes you back to the reality of the ethics, and it enforces that, and it consolidates it into a right or liability to do. For the example of old age people, now there is a law which creates a right in the old age people that their children should take care of them. So what earlier was a moral responsibility now has become a legal responsibility also. Right? So this is how the ethics, morality on the one side and law on the other side, they function. It's much more complex than we see, much more complex, which we can understand at this particular stage. More you delve into it, more you understand about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, thank you so much. We understood about it a lot.
Now I request both the judges to mark scores for Team A.
Sorry, can you repeat?
I request both the judges to mark scores for Team A.
Scores, yes, yes.
Scores for Team A.
We don't have to share the marks immediately, no?
No, because one part is still left.
I declare a break for
The part two will be there only when the team B plays.
Correct.
that will begin after 15.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, you can now announce the break, ma'am.
Children,
Yes.
children, I just want to just a minute. I just wanted to add to
Yes, sir,
team
please.
A that whatever Shailendra sir has given us the detailed account of law and moral and ethics. I'm just connecting it to the theory which I had given to you, locus of control. So as long as the locus of control remains within, laws are not required. The moment the locus of control goes outside, you require laws. When you have locus of control within, you follow your moral values, you follow your ethical understandings, no laws are required. But the moment it goes out, and you say that because he did that, I'll do this. Because he did that, I'll do this. Then the laws are required. I just wanted to add that. It was a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much, Shailendra sir. Thank you so
I'll
much.
just add one more thing to this. See, children, if you have, while studying this particular case of Nanavati, you must have, I hope you must have read that particular legal point of section 302 of IPC. Okay, so there is section 299, there is section 300, 301. In these sections, you will find that there are certain exceptions. You'll find there are certain defenses. If you see one chapter under the Indian Penal Code, there is a chapter about exceptions to the crime. The defenses available to a person while doing a crime, who has done a crime. Now, what are these? These are certain logical things which law recognizes. Now, if there is a grave and sudden provocation, the concept is that the person was out of his mind. His rational thinking failed to such an extent that no intention can be attributed to him. And this is an ethical point, that can you punish a person who had no intention to commit a crime? Now, this ethical question boils down, it is written down by way of a law. So what these questions, so ethics are incorporated in law, definitely. So when law is framed, you have to consider the ethical aspects of it.
Right, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for opening the door.
Thank you so much,
Ethical
sir.
for us.
There were some really great points that were put out by you, and we got a great aspect, the legal aspect, the moral aspect, the ethical aspect. And I think even though we'll not be speaking up much about this case, we got a very little time. We've learned a lot. Your perspectives, your guidance has really opened our eyes. So thanks to both the sirs, and looking forward for the next round.
Welcome, children.
Please declare, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, children.
Neelu Dixit, ma'am.
I
Please
declare break
announce.
for 10 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Neelu, ma'am, I request you to please add one point over here that for judging round, conferring is not allowed.
Okay.
Before we commence,
Okay, they have
please,
to answer immediately. Okay, okay, fine.
they have, once the judges have asked their question, they have to start their answer immediately.
Immediately. Okay.
If they want to confer, of course, that's up to them. But timer, like if we don't have a timer, so they are expected to answer because they have already.
Okay, fine.
Ma'am. Neelu, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sorry. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Team B to log in as Team B only without the school name.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear. Please repeat.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Team B is requested to rename their team as Team B only without school name.
Okay, Team B.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me? Can you hear me, ma'am? Am I audible? Ilu, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Saubhagya, ma'am, PG English from APS Puram. I have the same point, ma'am. Team B can be seen as Bangalore, APS Bangalore.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, name of the school should not be there.
Okay, okay, fine.
have to read the rules and regulations. Straight away, I may put up the case study.
Yes, ma'am. We'll start with the case study. We'll start reading the case study. हाँ जी.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, I welcome you all for round one ethics pool competition. Now I invite team B for the match. Now I'll read out the case 2 for team B. Please listen carefully. Are you all ready? Team B. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp's defamation case. In 2018, Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard for defamation after she wrote the oath in 2018. In the oath, she referred to herself as a public figure who was representing domestic abuse. Heard and Depp accused each other of domestic violence, and Depp also alleged that Heard's false charges had led to a sizable loss in movie roles. Depp had hired a clinical forensic psychologist who shared that Heard had a history of borderline personality disorders. However, there was another report which claimed that the actress had the personality disorder due to intimate partner violence inflicted by Depp. There were audio recordings played in the court where Heard admitted that she had hit the actor but not punished him. A text too was shown where Depp name called her and wanted her dead. From Heard's witnesses, her sister testified that Depp had physically abused her. The actress's makeup artist as well had testified that she would often hide her injuries with heavy makeup. For 6 weeks straight, the jury heard 100 hours of testimony from witnesses of both sides who would give contradicting statements of the couple's private lives. After the final verdict was given in Depp's favor, Heard issued statements on social media. The disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women. It is a setback. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. Depp, who won the defamation case and was awarded $15 million in damages, breathed a high relief and thanked the jury for giving his life back. He wrote, "False, very serious and criminal allegations were levied at me by the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. I hope that my quest to have the truth he told will have helped others, men or women, who have found themselves in my situation, and that those supporting them never give up. I also hope that the position will now return to innocent until proven guilty, both within the courts and in the media." Now the question for you, Team B, do we use Amber Heard as a case study to discourage speaking against domestic violence and sexual abuse? Do you think it will have a negative impact on genuine cases of domestic abuse? Is that question clear to you, children?
मैम क्या आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं?
Yes, I can hear
हेलो,
you.
ओके। सुप्रभात सभी अध्यापकगण को व यहाँ पर उपस्थित मेरे सभी प्रिय साथियों को। आज मैं और मेरा दल आप सबके समक्ष इस दिए गए मामले का अध्ययन करते हुए अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करना चाहेंगे। प्रश्न के लिए धन्यवाद अध्यापिका जी। पूर्व पत्नी एम्बर हर्ड के खिलाफ मुकदमे में जॉनी डेप के हित में फैसला सुनाया गया, जो कि एक प्रकार से कहा गया कि घरेलू हिंसा की पीड़िता के लिए एक झटका है, क्योंकि महिलाओं की समस्या के अधिकार के लिए पहले से ही काफी नाजुक वक्त चलता आ रहा है। वर्जीनिया के कोर्ट में यह उच्च दर्जे का केस 6 सप्ताह तक चला और यह ऑफ स्पेड पर केंद्रित था, जहां पर मिस हर्ड ने डेप का नाम तो नहीं लिया, परंतु स्वयं को एक प्रकार से घरेलू शोषण का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाली सार्वजनिक व्यक्ति कहा था। विभिन्न मीडिया स्तंभकारों ने प्रशिक्षण किया है और कहा है कि यह आंदोलन #MeToo की प्रतिनिधित्वता करता है और उसकी मौत की प्रतिनिधित्वता करता है। अब आंदोलन जिसने पहले ही 2017 में ही आग पकड़ ली थी और साथ ही साथ ये काफी हमारी हित में इसने मदद करी, विभिन्न उद्योगों में व्यापक परिवर्तन भी किए, जहां पर जो आदमी जिनके पास शक्ति होती है और वे महिलाओं के साथ गलत व्यवहार करते हैं, यौन व्यवहार करते हैं, उनको या तो बहुत कम या फिर काफी कम सजा मिलती है। आदमी भी यौन शोषण का शिकार हो सकते हैं, परंतु ये ज्यादा सामान्य नहीं होता, जैसा कि हम सब जानते हैं। जब भी आदमी घरेलू हिंसा का शिकार होते हैं तो उनमें आमतौर पर मदद लेने में काफी कठिनाइयां होती हैं, क्योंकि पहली बात तो उन्हें खुद ऐसा लगता है, शर्मसार लगता है कि वे खुद ही असुरक्षित नहीं है, और साथ ही साथ हमें खुद विश्वास नहीं होता कि एक आदमी भी इसका शिकार हो सकता है। घरेलू हिंसा कुछ लोगों के जीवन में काफी नाजुक पहलू होता है और इस प्रकार यह मामला एक प्रतीकात्मक हो गया, और जॉनी डेप की जीत के कारण सभी को एक नया नजरिया मिला, एक नया पहलू मिला कि हाँ, आदमियों के साथ भी तो ये सब हो सकता है और महिलाएं भी तो ये सब कर सकती हैं। और कुछ ऐसा ही एक हिंदी फिल्म ऐतराज में भी दिखाया गया है, जहां पर एक आदमी पर उसकी पूर्व प्रेमिका द्वारा एक गलत इल्जाम, यौन शोषण का गलत इल्जाम लगा दिया जाता है और उस पर कोई विश्वास नहीं करता। जबकि इस विकास का उजागर करना काफी महत्वपूर्ण है कि पुरुष भी घरेलू शोषण का शिकार हो सकते हैं, वह भी इस चीज से जूझ सकते हैं, परंतु यह कहना कि जॉन डेप इसका मशालचरी है गलत होगा, क्योंकि यह मामला काफी प्रसिद्ध रहा, इसमें मीडिया का काफी ज्यादा हस्तक्षेप रहा था, तो इस प्रकार से यह मामला काफी पक्षपातपूर्ण भी रहा था, और साथ ही साथ हम कह सकते हैं कि ये बल्कि हास्यपूर्ण है, जिसे पुरुष सहयोगी को संदर्भ के रूप में माना जाना चाहिए। अब मैं अपनी दल सखी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करने के लिए।
Thank you so much, Sneha. Now, looking at this case, the Amber Heard case is just one case, and taking it as a pivotal case to discourage speaking about domestic violence in its sense will be very wrong, because as we say, the law needs to look at each and every case distinctively, because each and every case in itself is distinct. So moving on to an in-depth analysis of the trial, both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard were, had accused each other, but the verdicts that were given by the testifiers, Tracy Jacobs, who was Johnny Depp's former agent, had said that Johnny Depp well indeed had anger management issues. And at the same time, Amber Heard, as it's also mentioned in the case study, Dr. Shannon, who was a former clinical psychologist, said that she had a borderline personality disorder. So what we can see is that both the parties were were responsible for defaming and abusing each other emotionally or physically, because we do not know the truth. We as spectators do not know what happened behind closed doors, but they have equally defamed and abused each other. Speaking about domestic violence, now violence is and never was the best thing to resort to. It is not ethical, it is not moral, and it not only puts the partners in distress. Well, in this case the partners did not have a child, but if they had a child, the child is also put under the similar distress. So taking this case, taking only Amber Heard's case and discouraging talking about such an issue, which is domestic violence, will be incorrect. And the second question being, will Amber Heard's case overshadow the other genuine cases? Now, this has two perspectives. One is a common sense based perspective, which is that we are in 21st century. Everyone is very aware about their rights and, will obviously stand up for themselves. But the second perspective is that Amber Heard in this entire trial was somehow brought down to be a untruthful figure, and this very fact can lead to the genuine cases that women come up with. Those cases can be overshadowed. So there are two perspectives. Every ethical dilemma has two perspectives, and this one too has. Now moving on to the second question, which is if Johnny Depp should be taken as a torch bearer for the entire men facing domestic violence stance. Well, okay, Johnny Depp is a celebrity and he has a fan base and he has a reach. So, obviously, when this case came out, a general awareness amongst people about men facing domestic violence had increased. So, we cannot overlook that perspective or aspect. But at the same time, can he really be a torchbearer, because he was not completely clean? We have seen that he has also abused. So taking into consideration that domestic violence on men is a very valid thing. And in fact, just to bring out one point, that even the Indian constitution, under the article 498, it does not provide provisions to men for coming up against cruelty if they face it's the provisions are only for women. So in that light, in this light where we are where we set such unrealistic societal expectations for men, I feel Johnny Depp, by his reach, by his fan base, has done a great job in bringing up the societal issue into limelight. But taking him as a mascot or a torchbearer is very subjective to the person. Now I would like to call upon Pranita.
Thank you so much, Kunjan. Now, for the first question, I would like to say that obviously people will most probably use this case study to discourage women who have been going through domestic abuse, to discourage them from actually speaking out. And what does a woman actually hear when she goes through domestic violence? There are usually two voices. One of her, people who are close to her, who actually encourage her to stand up, to speak out against this injustice that is happening to her. The other, sadly, sometimes larger voice tells her that it's all right, it happens, you should just adjust. Maybe that it's your fault that you're not able to handle the pressure of the family correctly. But then it is, as a judge said, that the locus of control. If the woman is strong, she understands her rights and her needs, and she understands that what's happening to her is wrong. No matter what happens outside her locus of control, if it is within her, she will realize what she needs to do is she needs to stand up against what is happening to her. Moreover, for the second question, if Johnny Depp should be taken as a torchbearer. Now, first off, technically, this was not even a domestic abuse case per se. It was just defamation. Amber Heard had also made a mistake by not actually going to a police or filing a complaint. She had written an op-ed, basically airing her dirty laundry in front of everyone, which has resulted in Johnny Depp losing millions of dollars in movie deals. Moreover, he didn't countersue with abuse. He countersued by saying that what she had written in this op-ed basically is wrong and it has defamed me. It was a defamation case, not even a domestic abuse case. Moreover, there's also talk of evidence being withheld. There were two cases that actually happened for this particular case. One was in the UK, where there was a judge, and the recent one in US, where there's a jury. Now the judge actually...
Excuse me, nobody will keep any paper with him or her. So are you reading from the paper?
No, ma'am.
Okay, please don't keep any paper in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
It appears as if you're reading.
Ma'am, it's a blank page for notes.
I think we're losing out.
Fine.
Yeah, so basically there was also talk of evidence being withheld. There were two cases that were actually fought and they had opposite results. So I feel this is simply too unstable of a case to be taken as a torchbearer. Not to mention, if you go up on the internet and you Google this particular case, the amount of clickbaits and the amount of articles that have actually twisted the facts of this case to support their own agenda are like numerous. Like you can scroll down for hours. And so I feel it's simply too unstable and too vague a case, especially when we don't know all the certain facts. So now I would like to invite Adit to please conclude.
Thank you, Pranita. In a trial convicting two actors, covered by the media and followed by the world, can we really trust the intensity of the proceedings and the subjectivity of the issue? The first question is a dilemma about integrity and credibility. This trial shows that men who have been wronged can also prove themselves innocent in the court of law. Johnny Depp, who was a victim of domestic abuse, has that no matter who you are and no matter where you stand, if a crime has been committed against you, you have all the rights to face the law. This has helped This has inspired people all around the world, men and women, to do the same. To answer the second question, I believe that Johnny Depp cannot be identified as a torchbearer in domestic violence and abuse cases simply because he is a superstar known all over the world and has millions of following. The bias against women might spiral to an extent where pseudo feminism becomes anti feminism. A subjective media controlled trial with a subpar legal proceeding and heavily media controlled case cannot be figured in. Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, there's always some disturbance when we are talking to the judges. Even in the first round, we faced this. Can
Mic
this
is
please
on.
be
Check
addressed
your mic.
into? It is very disheartening when when we are speaking with so much passion.
There was no
And
disturbance
yeah,
just now when you stopped speaking. That time somebody spoke. Okay.
Ma'am, okay, can I just finish can I give the concluding
Your time
statement?
is up. Your time is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I invite Team A to confer for 3 minutes and present their viewpoint on the ethical question.
Mr. Hariom, you are requested to mute yourself. We cannot identify. So you kindly mute yourself. You are unmuting time and again, and kindly switch off the camera also.
Ma'am, may we start?
Team A, are you ready?
Yes,
You can
ma'am, we are
start now.
ready.
You can start now.
Thank you so much, Team B, for such an illuminating presentation. It really covered all the aspects that are there. We agree with your points and we would like to add on our viewpoints and aspects as well. It's time we see gender as a spectrum instead of two sets of opposing ideas. This divorce case of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp has brought forward an issue that is widely prevalent and is still inappropriately handled. What I would like to say here is that it's not actually about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It's about the issue that they bring forward. The stakeholders include Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, their fans, all those men and women who are experiencing domestic violence right now, and the children as well. Over to you, Shreya.
This case also highlights how women often misuse their rights to make false accusations against men. Take, for example, the Me Too movement. This movement resulted in lots of reports coming in against assault and harassment, but it also resulted in 60% of men refraining from mentoring women in workplaces because they were afraid that they would be falsely accused. Over to you, Swarangi.
My dear friend, as you have throughout your speech mentioned that it was wrong for Johnny Depp to be portrayed as the torchbearer for violent cases against men, we would like to differ here a little. As my friend said, that in case of Me Too movement, where only a few popular cases portrayed the entire movement and only few popular women came out and spoke, that time the world didn't object. Rather, we subconsciously accept this idea that such situations can only be faced by women, which is completely wrong. And in cases when men try to open up and come in front and share their experiences, we try to suppress them, and we are reluctant to accept this idea that this can happen with men too. Also, it was completely wrong on Amber Heard's part to publicly defame Johnny Depp and play with his dignity and respect in the society. Now, over to Vaishnavi.
Data states that at least one out of every three women around the world have been beaten, assaulted, or abused. Looking at where things stand right now, it would be unethical to stop talking about domestic violence and sexual abuse, as is suggested in the case study. What's actually happening is that fake cases are overshadowing the actual ones, and the people who truly need this discussion and laws are still living in ignorance. So we cannot stop talking about this. Over to you, Shreya.
Here, I would like to bring to your notice the role the people played through social media. Here, I would like to again state the concept of parasocial relationships, wherein we saw how Johnny was so widely supported. So many people came out in his support, but another flip side to this aspect was that they started creating so much of violent and negative content against Amber. I agree that people do have the right to put forward their opinions, but do they have the right to hurt someone to that mental extent? And another aspect here would be that Amber Heard has a daughter. She may be young now, but when she grows up and when she sees the news, because information on the internet is immortal. So when she grows up and when she sees such stuff about her mother, she would also feel discouraged to speak openly about her own issues or anything that she may face in the future. Therefore, I believe that when people are speaking up or when the media is speaking up, they should only their opinions and everything should be limited to facts and not just blind hatred and negativity. Over to you, Anit.
That targets our social norm and bring it to public license. Over to you, Swarani.
The long-term solutions to this problem are awareness,
Excuse me,
spreading
just I'm
awareness.
interrupting. We couldn't
Yes,
hear
sir.
what that boy said, Amit. We couldn't hear to that. I think his mic was off, so if we can just repeat that.
Sir, it's our time, so we would like to ask question.
So I would like him to repeat what he said before the time gets over.
Uh, Sir, maybe ask our question since time is over now.
I leave it to the moderator.
Team B, our first question to you would be that after such accusations are made, the fame and dignity of a person like Johnny Depp is tarnished, and that stamp or that stain of being an abuser or someone who assaults people is there for a long period of time. How can one tackle that, especially also in cases wherein people who are not well known or people who are not celebrities, how can they tackle this?
Can we
And
request you to repeat the question?
yeah, sure. My question to you is when people, celebrities, or even those who are not popular, are charges are made against them of being abusers or of assaulting other people, these charges tarnish their dignity and their fame. How can one tackle that stain that is made on their reputation? Also, uh, most people believe that Amber Heard made this defamation case simply for the sake of publicity. How can we tackle that problem as well?
The last part of your question, Amber Heard, after that, your voice broke.
Right, I'm sorry. I was asking you that a lot of people believe that Amber Heard made this defamation case for the purpose of publicity. So, how can the judiciary handle such cases and how can they limit false cases from coming to the limelight?
Now answer the question, Team B.
Moderator, ma'am, you have to give them 3 minutes.
B, you have to answer the question immediately. You will not get time.
No,
Team B, are you
they
ready?
need to be given 3 minutes for conferring with each other.
Neelu ma'am, team B will get 3 minutes to confer.
Sorry, ma'am, there was power cut, so I lost connectivity also.
It's okay, ma'am. No problem.
Poonam ma'am, is this the first question they have to answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for this lovely question. Breaking the question into pieces as you had given it to us. First of all, you had asked us if such an acquisition, it defames people. Obviously, like you are putting a charge of domestic violence. It is definitely domestic violence in itself. Is practicing it is highly unethical, and then society views you with a different perspective altogether. And we have seen this in Johnny Depp's case. He has had his part of where he's had his lows. He did not get film offers. He was publicly viewed as a wife beater. So what I feel is, a common man now, he does not have the fame or the fan base or the reach that Johnny Depp had. But what he can do is to have faith in our legal system. And even though India may have a slower process because we try to analyze every aspect of the case, having faith in your legal system is the first prerequisite. After that, you can approach to social media. Now there has been a very recent case in Haryana where a boy had suicided due to bullying. I'm not really going to go much deeper into this case, but his mother actually reached out to social media, and I am actually a part of this campaign where she is he belonged to the LGBTQ community. Just a very brief. And so we can use social media just like how Johnny Depp used it for proving your innocence, for proving why you stand right and why the other person is falsely accusing you. And secondly, family support is immeasurable. When you have support from your loved ones, when you know there's somebody for you, you're not the only one fighting. I feel that is how any person can tackle through such a stressful situation. And the second part of this question shall be answered by my teammate.
Thank you so much, Gunjan. Now, your second part of the question, whether Amber Heard filed a defamation suit just for publicity, well, I would like to clarify that she filed no defamation suit. The suit was filed by Johnny Depp. Moreover, I feel that she did something wrong here, is that she actually didn't go to the police or the legal system to file a complaint that she had been domestically abused. She wrote it in an op-ed without mentioning Johnny Depp. However, it was heavily implied. I mean, she just practically, obviously, did it for, you can say that she did it for publicity, or else she would have gone to the legal system. So, yes, that's the answer to the last question. Thank you.
Yeah, so just to conclude it, you can see that first Johnny Depp was the one who filed the defamation case, and then Amber Heard countered that case. So that is just to fact check that. And thank you so much.
Neelu ma'am, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Team B. Now, I may request the judges to ask one question to Team B and express their views on their performance.
Shailendra sir, may I request you to take the lead this time?
Okay, sir. Sure. So, I'll first explain a bit of few things here. See, both of you team have been faced with a legal and moral problem. Although the second problem before you, as regards the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's case, I just want you to understand one basic thing, that this was a case of defamation. So I have one small question to know your level of understanding of what exactly is defamation and what was the ground for Johnny Depp to file that case for defamation, and what was the defense which is available to Amber Heard for this aspect of defamation. So this is a very primary question, but I want you to first answer this so that I can gauge your level of understanding about this concept, and then I can put the further question.
Extremely sorry, sir, but there has been some disturbance on our side, and even with the other school, we were not able to hear the question. If it's okay, could you please repeat the
Yes, yes,
question?
sure.
Thank you
Definitely.
so much, sir.
Okay, I hope my voice is clear now. Is it clear? You all are able
B,
to hear it
are you able
properly?
to hear, sir? Team B?
Yes, we can hear you, sir, now.
Okay, I think you better keep that mic with you so that I can just confirm time to time that you're able to hear it. Okay, so the question of mine is that uh, I first want to gauge your understanding of this concept of defamation, what exactly defamation is in common parlance as well as the legal concept, and what was the reason or ground for Johnny Depp to file this case of defamation, and what was the defense which Amber Heard had in this case of defamation, because this whole case is of defamation, and the questions which are coming up are on a different footing totally, though the case is of different legal aspect. So I just want to understand how you understand this aspect of defamation from this primary question. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We've gotten the question.
Team B? You will not get time, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can we have some time? They got time as well, the other team.
You have to
Just a
start.
minute. Just 1 minute, ma'am, because
Yes.
I think the other team got some time, ma'am.
Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Team B, are you all ready?
Thank you so much, sir, for this question. Now, I would like to start with the first part. What exactly is defamation? Now, defamation actually means basically to defame someone, to say something not really true or is not the entire truth in a way that it actually hurts the person financially or in another aspect of life. We see that Amber Heard, instead of going to like I said before, instead of going to a legal authority and filing a case for abuse, she actually just wrote a very vague article and a very suggestive article on an op-ed, which led to Johnny Depp losing so much. He lost all his major movie deals. Then he was kicked out of many like fantastic beasts like Pirates of the Caribbean. So yes, that is called defamation, different from abuse. Defamation is when you say something which financially hurts the person in certain aspects of life. Now,
Just to add a very small point here, sir asked what is the difference between a common defamation and what is the legal aspect. I think my friend has delved into the legal aspect, where you're financially, monetarily, because she termed him as a wife beater. And that's when Johnny Depp, he was like, okay, now I need to file a case of defamation for me, because he, as she stated, he lost his deals, he definitely did face a monetary setback. Now, a common perspective would be of defamation defamation is, it could be any, somebody tarnishing your image, societal image, your friends not accepting you, anything which is, puts your morale down can be defamation in a common perspective. And now I would request Adit.
Thank you. To answer the second question, which was what is the reason for Johnny Depp to sue for defamation? In the op-ed written by Amber Heard, she told the world that Johnny Depp was indeed a wife beater. Because of this particular word and statement, Johnny Depp lost hundreds of millions of dollars in deals, which later on reflected on the rest of his life and the way the people of the society looked at him.
Just a small addition to what my teammate said. In fact, when he was tried in the UK court, his ex-wives, which is Winona Ryder, and I've forgotten the name of the second wife, but both of them testified that during the term, when they were in a marriage, Johnny Depp, as a person, never abused them. And this, in fact, gives us a testimony to the fact that, Amber Heard was framing Johnny Depp wrongfully. And Sneha, would you want to contribute?
I think all of my teammates have pretty much covered every aspect of it. So I'd like to say thank you. Thank you so much for the question, sir.
So now the thing is that I find now I understand that you are not legal experts and you're yet to study the law. But there is a little bit of difference between the understanding of the concept of defamation in common parlance and in legal parlance. One aspect which you properly covered is the aspect of false statement. So the truthfulness of the statement is the prime criteria. Second aspect of it is the publication of the statement. And third aspect of it, the effect of the statement. Okay. Now, what you all talked about is Johnny Depp losing millions of dollars, Johnny Depp losing his assignments, and Johnny Depp not getting offers for the movies. This is an effect of loss. Of what? Loss of his income, profits, and everything. But what the law requires, so what you told me as legal aspect is actually the aspect of common parlance. I could get my offers for the films and nobody was taking me because I was defamed. Now suppose he was not Johnny Depp. He was an ordinary retired lower division clerk. Okay. So will that be a defamation? Yes, it will be. Because what the law requires, that a statement which is publicized and which is untrue has the effect of lowering the esteem of a person in view of the others. Now, what is this concept of esteem of a person? Whether everybody has a reputation or some people do not have a reputation. I, being a lower division clerk, ordinary person, retired person, I am not even known, may not be known to 10 persons. I am not a public figure. That something is publicized and my reputation will be damaged, but still there is a damage to my reputation. Why? Because I have a reputation of my own circle. I may not be losing anything out of it. My pension is going on, everything is going on, so there is no monetary loss to it. So what law requires is a losing the esteem. So every person has his own esteem of his own circle, of his own society. Maybe he might be knowing only one person. He is having only one person as a friend in his whole world. But still, if it is untrue and looking
from the perspective of a third person. How a third person would look at that person because of or after reading that particular defamatory statement is what is important. So how much I lost in money, how much Johnny Depp actually lost in money is of secondary importance. It is of importance, but it is secondary. And what it is? It is for assessing the amount which he claims. That may be different. So a ordinary person may be awarded a different amount and a super famous person may be awarded a different amount. Okay. Now the second aspect which I asked you is about the defense. Now why Johnny Depp succeeded in the case and why Amber Heard lost the case is the aspect of the truthfulness. So what is the defense in a defamation case? She's saying that what I said is true. So who has to prove that it is true? It is the Amber Heard who has to prove. So onus, the responsibility of proving the correctness is on Amber Heard to say that whatever she publicized is true. Now, if she is not able to prove that it is true, then she loses the case. You're getting me? So, the balances of the evidences, the appreciation of the evidences by the judge was an important factor in giving this particular decision.
Yes.
Now, the ethical aspect of it. Today's world is of social media. You have the smallest of things. You vent it out on a social media. Question is how ethical it is to vent out your problems on social media. You have a legal recourse. You talked about she could have done this thing, she could have done that thing, right? But whether it was ethically wrong on her part to speak out on social media and what she spoke on the social media, what she vented out in the social media is something which is very personal. And to prove the truthfulness of that statement is one very difficult task, right? Because you don't have evidences.
Yes, sir.
Now the question here, the ethical question which is coming out is, what was the legal flaw in Amber Heard speaking out? And what is the moral flaw in Amber Heard speaking out? And you have to answer not in hypothetical terms, not in legal terms, that in the sense that, okay, she had the remedy, she could have gone and filed the case. But whether it is always possible and whether it is always feasible for a woman to actually go and file a case. We in our practice see that many a times women suffer from violence, domestic violence, but they don't file a case. So not filing a case, whether can it amount to a legal flaw to such an extent that it disentitles the lady from any of the remedy which is available to her, or that disentitles that lady to vent out her grievance on social media. Okay, so I hope you're clear with the question. So what is exactly wrong she has committed by venting out her grievances? Second aspect to it, connected. See, violence and non-violence. If you have read Gandhian literature, Gandhiji says violence is not only an active violence, even passive violence is a violence. So your behavior with a person itself can amount to violence. In matrimonial cases, there is a concept of cruelty. Earlier, the concept of cruelty was having a very limited definition. But then the definition enlarged. It went to such an extent that if the wife is forcing the husband to leave the parents' house, that itself is amounting to cruelty. हमें अलग रहना है, ये कहना भी cruelty हो सकता है. So this widening of the definition of violence, with this widening of definition of violence and with this concept of definition of violence in the Gandhian thought, in that light, you have to tell us that how Johnny Depp was wrong. Right? Now, if in this sense that the behavior of his wife was to such an extent that he might have reacted, or what he had suffered due to the behavior of his wife, which would have amounted to a cruel behavior. So, if he is venting out his suffering by filing a defamation case, is there anything wrong committed by him? Whether he is morally wrong somewhere. And you also have to think of this aspect, that a man in society, what are his responsibilities? What are his abilities? Why it is always considered that it is always the man who commits violence? So whether there are any aspects of this social prejudices which are in place, why it is always considered that it is the man who is having the responsibility to maintain his wife, and it is not the wife's responsibility to maintain her husband. Now we are talking about gender biases, we are talking about gender justice also. See children, I am putting some questions to you, I am putting some aspects to you. It may not be in the form of a question. What I want you to tell me, or what I want you to speak out, is your opinions on these aspects. See, whenever we are discussing ethical and moral concepts, whenever we are discussing these aspects, what you are speaking out may not be an answer to the question. You may not have an answer to the question. What is expected from you is that you should have questions in your mind. Yes, why it is so? Your answer to my question can be in the form of another question which comes to your mind. कि सर ये ऐसा क्यों है? If you have that questions in your mind, I would say that this very concept of conducting this competition is a success. Okay, so you can speak out.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, a lot of, you can say, because we are just kids and you are, you have so much knowledge about, and you've actually cleared so many doubts that I had while researching about this case. Like you talked about legal flaw, was it the ethical flaw, or is it, society? How does society view men? I think your entire giving us aspects to every question really helped all of us for that fact in thinking about this case from just the questions that were given to us in the case study. And I think the wider definition of violence is violence can never be ethical. In my opinion, at least, violence you hitting someone, you slapping someone, because I read a study where slapping was the most common way of doing domestic violence. It was on the topmost. If you see the list of how people have abused their partners, slapping was on the topmost. And I feel violence in its sense, as I stated before, is unethical, is not morally justified, and it is the last resort. And even in our Indian system, where we try to resort to violence only at the end. Even the policemen, they take on to this social way of conducting with the person as their last resort. So this was my what I thought, or what was my opinion on what you had said. And Adit? What about Sneha? Would you want to say something?
So, sir, as you said that that always the blame is always put on the men in the society whenever some kind of issue takes place. So here I would like to bring in light that this society has always been male dominated since a long time. It has prolonged since a long time. So of course it takes a bit of time to get rid of this prejudice, and also in the mind of girl themselves. From a very young age, we have been put that men are superior. They're gonna take care of you. They're responsible for you. So whenever something happens, it's always men. It's related to domestic violence. It's always men who are blamed, because that's what has been put into our minds. That's the prejudice that we have been suffering, and it'll take a bit of time. Since this issue came out, it actually gave us a new perspective to think about it, and since it will take time, but I think that in the coming future it'll become more common. Now I'd like to pass on the mic to my teammate for further.
Another thing that we notice in this thing, in this case, is that when Johnny Depp was accused of being a wife beater, his reputation took a drastic hit. But what about his own feelings? What kind of a man would he think of himself to be put in front of the world on a pedestal by his own wife, his ex-wife, saying that he used to beat me up or abuse me on a regular or daily basis? Thank you.
And first, I would like to thank you for all the wonderful questions that you've given. So much to think about. And there was also one question, I think, about what kind of flaw is this? Is it a legal flaw, or some other flaw which actually stops women from going out and actually speaking their truths? I feel it's more of a social flaw because, like I said, many a times a woman suffering to domestic violence is told to keep quiet, and that other people might think that this is wrong, but they still think that it happens, like you need to adjust to it. So that is a major social flaw, I feel, in our society, prevailing in our society.
Just adding on to it and seeing it from the men's perspective, because this case, as my teammate said, has brought out the issue that it's not just women who face the domestic violence, it's also the men. So as Parinita stated, it to a larger extent is a social flaw, because we have set these unrealistic modes of conduct for both the genders, men and women. We have like men are they're said to be the breadwinners, they're said to be the caretakers. So this gender stereotype that exists, I think that is also accountable for both the genders not coming out. So even if a man, he's facing domestic violence, he himself thinks that if I go out and go to the law authorities or anybody to seek help, I will be seen as feeble, I will be seen as a person who cannot take a stand for himself because I'm the man, because that is what the definition of man has been placed by the society. And also another thing to be noted here is that the lack of social and familial support towards men and women, because people have this entire thing that the family prestige should be maintained and this thing should not go out the doors. That also prevents both men and women per se to come out of whatever they are facing. So thank you so much, sir. It was great listening to all your questions.
Thank you, Team B. Now may I request Nitin sir to please express his views.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my question to Team B. I must appreciate the way the whole case was studied and presented, the way you commented, and the way you have answered Shailendra sir's question also. It covers almost everything. There's very little left to me to ask. But anyway, I would like to highlight another aspect of it, which is a much softer aspect, not exactly a legal aspect, but the softer aspect of these relationships. See, I'm putting up my opinion and then I'll ask my question, is that what happens between a husband and a wife, or wife and a husband, whichever way you would like to say, is a very private affair till it is not brought out by one of them or because of their own behavior. What happened in this case was actually never done for public approval, because it's a relationship where agreed relationship between two individuals and they must respect each other. That is one of the preconditions for the relationship. There are cases where family members refrain from either intervening or becoming a witness to that, if the case goes on to the legal floor. Now, was it or will it ever be a case for public scrutiny? That is a part of the question. When the entire drama takes place in the close proximity of four walls, should this be allowed to grow to this level so that one of them goes out and makes it a case of public scrutiny? How and when should a private relationship ceases to be one and be subjected to public scrutiny?
Thank you so much, sir.
That is my question.
Thank you so much, sir. We're just clarifying for our benefit that you are asking us, should such private matters be brought out to the public eye? That is the question.
I'm saying the process by which a private affair becomes a public case, or it comes on to the public scrutiny. At what time? I mean, I said, was it or will it ever be a case for public scrutiny when the entire drama takes place in the close proximity of four walls? Because it is what happens between two individuals in four walls is very difficult to be proven, right? It's your word against my word. That is one part of it. But it doesn't happen in the public place where you have a lot of witnesses doing that. And how and when should a private relationship ceases to be one that is private and be subjected to public scrutiny?
Nitin sir, if you can just permit me, I would like to make one. What line of thinking you have given to the students? Team, if you are listening. While giving a thought to this, while giving a thought to Nitin sir's question, thought to this one aspect of this very concept of marriage. Now, it is a private relationship between a man and woman, but it is also a social institution. Okay, so just give a thought to this aspect of marriage also while you are answering to Nitin sir's question. I hope Nitin sir, I have not diverted your question in any.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, both the sirs, Shalendra sir and Nitin sir, for the great answers. I asked the moderator for your question. Sorry, I asked the moderator for 1 minute to just have a discussion.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Team B. Team B, are you ready? Your visual is not clear.
Ma'am, shall we proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. So, sir, you asked us, will it ever be, public interference, basically, between something that can be sorted out in four walls? Now, firstly, now not all matters are something that gets sorted out in four walls. We've seen this all the times, like if we live in a society and there's some heated matter, most of the times our neighbors get to know. And I, as a student, I have sociology as a subject, and I have learned that a person in the society, he has private issues and personal issues, and both these issues are combined. Like the society and the person, they do not exist separately, they exist together as an entity. So for something that is being faced by a person within the four walls, there is some societal pressure that is on them while they are, in that state of, say, a heated argument, and they have their personal issues at the same time. Now, public scrutiny in today's world, where social media is so prevalent, I feel it is very hard for us to, because anything that happens, like as Shailendra sir has had noted, that venting out on a social media platform is a very common thing. So hiding away from public scrutiny, I think, is very hard in an era like in which we live in. And if we see the case more closely, there were a lot of memes that were made out of a very sensitive issue. I mean, it was defamation, and at the same time it was coupled with domestic violence. But public opinion, what the public thinks cannot be restrained, and hence I feel public stopping or controlling the public scrutiny will, the freedom of speech, it comes with that if you stop public scrutiny, then your freedom of speech is restrained. And yeah, that's pretty much my answer for the first question, and I would like my teammate to.
So, sir, as we can see that any issue that like comes up, what we feel is that publicity, when public comes into play, I feel that the person themselves, they get their own stand in the public. Two groups are made, like this case that was like, it got a lot of publicity as we see, and there were supporters from both the sides. Public did interfere a lot. They had their own assumptions about what happened, and we really don't know what happened behind the bars, what happened behind those closed doors. But they had their own opinions, and each of them stood up for both of them. They might have their own opinions, and that's what, when it comes, as my just teammate said, freedom of speech comes into play. They all have the right to form their opinions. They have the right to express them, and that's what I feel. And as you just said, sir, that marriage is all about trust. It's all about trust, and the relationship, it was built on trust, but then they betrayed each other. She went publicly ahead and she wrote the statement, and it was all his trust was broken. And on the emotional aspect, if we see it on the emotional aspect, he was broken. He felt he was betrayed by his own wife. So yeah, that's all about it. And I would like to pass on the mic to my teammate to conclude further.
Thank you so much, Sneha. Now, for the question Shailendra sir asked about the concept of marriage. Of course, it's such an old, ancient concept. I mean, since the beginning, almost the beginning of our species, we see that in a privacy sense, two people come together and they form this bond of trust and mutual affection, that they want to join themselves in a social ceremony to actually live together. They live their lives together to share all their grievances and happy moments with each other. Moreover, as a daughter of a parent who is in the defense forces, I see my father go away for long postings, and I see my mother actually struggle with thinking about how she is actually going to solve problems at home, how she might solve problems regarding me. So that's where the social aspect comes in. The family is a unit in society, which is the future of the generation. I mean, the generation that comes next, giving them stability, giving them two people to actually, look up to always trust, and, someone to support them. That is the main social standing of a family. It is essential. However, in the modern times, we see that even the concept of marriage is changing. Usually, it was the accepted concept was a male and female. Today, we see the LGBTQ community standing up. We see a rise in cases of adoption of homosexual couples. So, especially in the start of the 21st century, marriage is a concept which is ever changing, and it's just so interesting to see how society actually sees this institution of marriage and how important it is. Thank you.
And just to add on to, the amicable settlement, if it was done behind four walls, there was actually a amicable settlement that was made by both of them. In 2017, both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard resolved this issue. Like, yes, Amber Heard did file a divorce in 2016, but right, and then a restraining order was issued against Johnny Depp. But in 2017, both of them decided that we need to keep the integrity of our marriage. We had something with each other. We were in a beautiful relationship, and just leading it to the law authorities and making it messy is not the solution. And they did, amicably settle this in 2017. However, it was Amber Heard in 2018 who wrote the op-ed, who wrote a post for who wrote the article, and that is where things started. We know what happened right after that, and the entire thing went up till recent 2022. So thank you so much. And the last thing of how should men be subjected to scrutiny, I feel both men and women in this case are being scrutinized by the public. It's not just the men, it's not just the women, because public is forming opinions for both of them in an unbiased way. So thank you so much.
Thank you, children. I have some comments on your answers. It will be unfair on my part if I don't share them. As Shailendra sir had put in the social aspect of marriage, let me give my mind to you that the only aspect which is social in a marriage is the approval part of it. Now we have legal marriages also, which does not require anybody's approval, 2 witnesses and your marriage is registered. But ancient times, just to let the society know that these 2 individuals are married, the marriage institution was created. It has so many other backgrounds also, we'll not get into that. But society, and that is how they understand that these are husband and wife. And that is the social aspect of marriage. Other than that, marriage is entirely a private affair between 2 individuals. So, public scrutiny, which you have been saying that public scrutiny is inevitable, or public scrutiny has to be done, or public scrutiny will happen. These are all things which are invited ones, not the natural ones. I always give this example of a house. You know how the flats or houses are made. When you enter a house, what is the first room? When you enter a house, what is the first room?
Drawing room, the living area.
Living area. Then you enter inside again. What is the next room? Normally.
The dining area, the dining room, yeah.
Okay. Then you further go deeper into the house. Which are the other rooms?
The bedrooms and the guest rooms.
Okay. And then you have toilets. Now we have attached toilets. In the olden times, we used to have toilets at the back side of the house.
Yes.
Right? Why don't we make bedrooms as the first room in the house? Why don't we make toilets as the first rooms in the house?
Because of the privacy concerns.
That's what I'm saying. So when you start discussing things which are discussed in a bedroom, in the drawing room, or in your veranda, or on the road, obviously there are people watching. But what happens is that too much of importance is being given to social media today. I consider a comment as a considered one only when somebody who has a stake in this comments about it. When someone comments without having any stake in it, that comment can be summarily ignored. And that is what social media has come to today. They do not have any stake in your life. So similarly, and in terms of marriage, which is a very private bond between a man and a woman, and one of your friend also suggested that LGBT marriages are there, homosexual marriages are there. Now we have another unique case of exhibitionists, where a lady has declared in Gujarat that she is marrying herself. So exceptions can be 3 or 4 wives who can come and give testimony or witness that he has been very nice to us, so that this lady is wrong. So I mean, they can only talk about themselves. But what he did with other wife is a very private affair between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So law strictly goes as per the evidence. So all these things put together, my question and the answer which you gave somewhere meet at one point, that the privacy of this relationship, the more either you are in a relationship or you are not, right? That choice lies with you. The consultation, arbitration, as well as intervention by family members is also an invited one. Perhaps if you want, you can invite your elders to intervene. But in every case, social media should not be given any prominence whatsoever, because they have no stake. They have no stake in this relationship. That is my opinion. So I don't bother about them at all. Similarly, in the past case, also somebody said that social media is affecting the jury and justice. Also, I am sure these people who are put as jury or judges or even lawyers, they are very developed individuals. They cannot actually be weak individuals who are affected by such opinions which are floating in the air and which are freely available. So this case is an odd case. Again, I'm saying this, according to me, it's an odd case. It's an exception. The only thing which can be talked about this is that that lady and Johnny Depp did not have an understanding to settle the matter or understand each other. They should have peacefully separated. But to blame her that after some time she has gone out and said, as said, Shailendra sir will correct me, if a crime has been committed, it remains a crime even after many years have passed. So one cannot declare that the crime is no more a crime because 5 years have passed or 3 years have passed. And everybody has a fair chance to get justice in the hands of our legal infrastructure. Whether it is feasible, reasonable, or whether it is effective is a different question altogether. I just wanted to clear this, that this privacy and public scrutiny matter should be very clear. Individual relationships are not subject to public scrutiny under any circumstances unless invited. I'm just leaving this thought with you.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, the entire thought, it was very thought provoking, actually, the way you told us, in fact, even Shailendra sir and even you, sir, you've really opened our horizon towards thinking about, these perspectives, because we as children have our way of thinking, and then you've just increased our knowledge base. We are taking back a lot from today's match. So thank you, sir. And anybody else would want to say something? Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank
There is one thing which I would
I would also like to thank the moderator. I'm so sorry, sir.
I would have a word of advice for you as children, as budding citizens of the country. See, we come across, we participate in various debates and competitions and various things in our life, in your life as a student. What are the things which you take away from here? Is very important. So, at the end of this competition, there is bound to be someone winner out of it. There is bound to be some scoring out of this competition. But the takeaways from this competition are the points of thought which you get. And these points of thought are not something which you leave in the competition. These points of thought are something, are the matter of study for you when you go back to your school or when you go back to your life. So as sir had given the points of thought, I would like to give you one point of thought for study. We already discussed it, and that is the aspect of nonviolence. So I don't know, as of now in your curriculum, how much you study about it, how much you study about these concepts. But I would give you a suggestion that this is something which you need to read about. You need to read about this Gandhian literature about nonviolence. You need to study about our old scriptures about this concept of nonviolence. Because this is something which is going to sculpt your personality for the future. So, whether it is Bhagavad Gita, whether it is Gandhian books on the aspect of nonviolence, this is all going to matter you in future. in whichever field you go into, whether you are in legal field, whether you're in management field, whether you are working as a scientist, this is something which is going to shape you, right? So study a lot on whatever concepts which have come across you during these discussions. That is what my uh, word of advice to you.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. We really, both of you, sir, you've really helped us. And even the moderator, ma'am, you've been very helpful, very kind, and appreciate all your efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I would request both the judges to mark scores for Team B.
Yes, sure.
Moderator ma'am, what I suggest is that we'll just complete the score sheets and mail it on the mail address.
Yes.
And let us break for.
Yeah,
whatever.
now I declare break for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
By the time the result is compiled and tabulated.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Wow, wasn't that an exciting first half? We most certainly were blown away by the impressive presentations. Well done, and a round of applause for both the teams. Well done, children. The result of the first match between Team A and B will be declared after a 15-minute break, just before we begin the second match.
20 minutes.
So we will be beginning the second match at 12:35. So we're giving a 20 minutes break. So we log in back. You need not log out. Team C, Team D, Team A, B, you can continue being there, but you can just switch off your mics and your cameras. So we request all the participants to log in at 12:35.
There's one request. In case there is nothing else important to be done, can we have this break of 10 minutes only?
Right, sir. We can log in at 12:30 if that is okay, sir.
Yeah, it will be fine. It will be
Right,
fine.
right.
Even I would propose the same thing since we have the first.
Neelu ma'am, is it okay with you, ma'am?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, it's okay, ma'am. Fine.
So team C and D, we request you to log in at 12:25 so that we can quickly do a mic and sound check. Team A and B, we will declare the result as soon as we can. So thank you, everyone. Team C and Team D, request you to please log in at 12:25. Thank you very much. I request all of you to please log in at 12:30. Thank you, judges. Thank you so much for all your inputs. It was a great session. Thank you so much. Neelu ma'am, thank you so much. Ma'am, you can take a break, 10 minutes. We can take a 10-minute break. You've been all through, you've been with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, you can just switch off your camera. Just take a break. Thank you.
paternalistic as requiring it. On this view, empowering women means letting them decide whether or not they want to participate in this tradition. Other women are offended by the state's implication that if they take their husband's last name, they lose some facet of their personal identity. Indeed, many women want to be able to identify as part of a single family unit with their spouses and with their children, who are often given their father's last name by default. Others are upset that the government is regulating such a personal part of their life. Now, the question for you: is there any moral difference between requiring the practice of one spouse taking their partner's last name and prohibiting it? Do you want me to repeat the question? Is it clear to you? You're not audible? Team C, you're not audible? Check your mic.
Ma'am, the question was clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now you may start. You will get 3 minutes to confer.
नीलू मैम, they will start now.
शेयर करेंगे ना तो फिर बाकी कोई नहीं दिखेंगे.
Yeah, the team can start right now, immediately.
Yes, team C, go ahead.
Thank you, moderator, for asking the questions. Now, we members of Team C would like to answer the questions. In a democratic country where one enjoys the right to the freedom of expression, freedom of preaching one's religion, the freedom of speech, one's sovereignty to decide their surnames is a very basic thing. It should be a prerogative for each and every citizen living in that country. This dictation of the person that what surname they should use is almost as if they are imposing an identity or choosing an identity for that person. As name of a person is their identity, only the person shall be empowered to decide whether to keep it or to change it. Feminism basically talks about making women aware about the free choices that they have. And a tradition which is based on taking male's name after marriage is not patriarchal if it is not based on force of the woman. Many women adopt the names after marrying just because they want to be seen as a part of that family and not as an individual. Like we see in India. In India, both patriarchal as well as matriarchal systems have been followed for a long time. When we go to northeastern states, we find that a lot of social groups operating over there follow matriarchy, and that too very prominently. So, coming back to the question, what's the moral difference between adopting the name or changing the name after marriage or not changing? See, before answering this, we have to consider that marriage is not a bond that binds only to, it binds to families in a relation that is full of love and affection towards each other. And changing one's partner's surname with respect to that of family shows that the partner wants to be known as a member of that family and he doesn't want to be known as an individual. One might also feel that there is no requirement to change your name or anything because our actions are the things that we in the end decide how we are to our family and how we are. One might so this basically exhibits that a person wants to create how a person wants to create their identity, their ideas, and maintain their liberty. It might also be a mean or method by which a person upholds their dignity in front of in dominance of the spouse. In the end, I would like to conclude by saying that in this modern society, each and every person is sovereign to make their decisions. And before taking any decisions in this matter about making changes in the name after marriage, one should consider that although name is a part of one's identity, but one's identity is not all about name. It's about what we are, what we were, and what we will be for ourselves, for our society, and for our family. Now, I would like Bajrang to continue.
मैं आर्यन के विचारों से पूर्णतया सहमत हूँ। व्यक्ति अपने कर्मों से पहचाना जाता है, न कि सिर्फ नाम से। यदि कोई अपने पति और पत्नी का उपनाम अपने नाम के पीछे लगाना चाहता है,
तो वह ऐसा कर सकता है क्योंकि उसे यह तरीका अपने प्रेम, सम्मान, आदर, निस्वार्थता और उस परिवार में मिलने का एक माध्यम लगा। दूसरी तरफ यदि कोई अपने पति और पत्नी का उपनाम अपने नाम के पीछे नहीं लगाना चाहता, तो यह संभव है कि उसके लिए उसका आत्मसम्मान, गौरव और खुद की पहचान अधिक अहमियत रखती हो। हमने जैसे कि दोनों मामलों में देखा कि कोई भी नैतिक रूप से गलत नहीं है, दोनों ही अपने स्थान पर नैतिक रूप से सही है, फिर चाहे वह उपनाम लगाने के पक्ष में हो या विपक्ष में। मैं यहाँ पर दक्षिण के एक महान सातवाहन शासक गौतमीपुत्र श्री सातकर्णी का उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने अपने नाम के आगे गौतमी, जो कि उनके माताजी का नाम है, वह लगाया था। दूसरा उदाहरण मैं अभिनेत्री दीपिका पादुकोण का देना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने विवाह के बाद भी अपने पति का उपनाम अपने नाम के पीछे नहीं लगाया। तो क्या इससे उनके मन में अपने पति के प्रति प्रेम, आदर और सम्मान कम हो गया है? उत्तर है नहीं। शादी दो दिलों और आत्माओं का मेल है। जरूरी नहीं कि इसमें उपनाम भी मिले। यदि ऐसा नहीं होता है तो इससे शादी जैसे पवित्र रिश्ते और बंधन की अहमियत कम नहीं हो जाती। और यदि वह उपनाम अपने पीछे लगा भी लेते हैं तो इससे उसकी अहमियत बढ़ भी नहीं जाती। उपनाम लगाना चाहिए या नहीं, इसका निर्णय उस व्यक्ति विशेष पर छोड़ देना चाहिए, ना कि इस पर कानून बनाकर उन पर यह थोपा जाना चाहिए कि आपको उपनाम लगाना चाहिए या नहीं। हमारा यह मानना है कि उपनाम लगाना किसी का निजी मामला है। वह उसका निजता का अधिकार है कि वह उपनाम लगाना चाह रहा है या नहीं। इस पर किसी को कोई आपत्ति नहीं और ना ही है नैतिक और अनैतिक। फर्क सिर्फ सोच का है, ना कि नैतिकता का या अनैतिकता का। धन्यवाद।
I completely agree with Bajrang's point of view. According to me, every individual has a right to choose whether they want to take up their husband's last name after they marry or not. It's up to the individual whether they want to take up her husband's middle name, last name, or even his name as her middle name or last name. She can even retain her own maiden name even after the marriage. No law mandates that she needs to take up her husband's name after the marriage. What ethics says is it's the individual's own personal right whether they want to take up the last name or not. No person, no individual, no family member, no government can impose their views on a single person. So, talking about social norms are being carried forward ages and ages hence. Back then, it was need of the hour. People were known for who they were on the basis of their surnames. It was the basis of their soul identification. And back then people were identified like what they on the basis of their profession, on the basis of their surnames. Back then we had a stigma of caste, and this way surnames were used back then for discrimination. So change is bound to happen. It's the rule of nature that change, development, evolution is bound to happen. So all these social norms need to be changed. We all know that nothing is same as it was. So according to us, government should interfere in all the cultural affairs when it is necessary. When all these practices are hurting the sentiments of other cultural groups or other individuals. Government should develop awareness. Government should work with NGOs. Government should inculcate such chapters in our curriculum which develop a sense of critical consciousness and a sense of civic responsibility in ourselves. We can't rely on government on each and every aspect of our life. As a responsible citizen, we need to take care of all these things ourselves. So According to me, government should only interfere whenever it's necessary. Government can't impose their views on other people. Everyone has right to guard their own opinions, their own viewpoints. Thank you very much.
मैं शुभे के विचारों से सहमत हूँ और अगर नैतिक रूप से देखा जाए तो ये बात तो बिल्कुल सही है कि संस्कृति अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर बिल्कुल विभिन्न है। हर जगह हर स्थान की अपनी एक अलग संस्कृति है और होनी भी चाहिए। परंतु अब अगर मैं बात करूं इस मामले की, तो जो क्यूबिक ने जो नीति बनाई है वो वहां के अधिकतर लोगों की संस्कृति को ठेस पहुंचा रही थी। सरकार को ऐसी कोई भी नीतियां नहीं बनानी चाहिए जो कि जनता की सांस्कृतिक भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाए। अगर सरकार को कोई वाकई में कोई नीति बनानी है तो ये हो सकती है कि वह लोगों के ऊपर निर्भर छोड़े, स्वयं के ऊपर निर्भर छोड़े कि वो अपना नाम या उपनाम बदलना चाहते हैं या नहीं। इससे ये होगा कि हम मानव अधिकार को भी सुरक्षित कर लेंगे और किसी की सांस्कृतिक भावनाओं को ठेस भी नहीं पहुंचेगी। जो अपना नाम या उपनाम बदलना चाहते हैं वो बदले, जो नहीं बदलना चाहते वो नाम बदले। अब अगर मैं बात करूं कि अपना नाम या उपनाम बदलने से आपकी पहचान छुप जाती है, तो ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। अर्थात नैतिकता भी इसे पूर्णतः अस्वीकार्य मानती है। इसके लिए मैं एक उदाहरण देना चाहूंगी गौतम बुद्ध का। तो जो गौतम बुद्ध थे उनकी भी पहचान उनका नाम नहीं था, उनका नाम उनकी माता गौतमी बुद्धा से लिया गया था। अगर उनकी वाकई में कोई पहचान थी तो वो थे उनके कार्य। से अपना नाम बदलना चाहते हैं वह बदले। जैसा कि कई मनुष्य अपना प्रेम और लगाव दिखाने के लिए टैटूज बनवा लेते हैं, तो वो उनका प्यार और लगाव दिखाने का एक तरीका है। तो ठीक वैसे ही अपना नाम या उपनाम बदलना भी अपना प्यार और लगाव दिखाने का एक तरीका है। तो इसमें सरकार को दखल देकर उनकी भावनाओं को ठेस नहीं पहुंचाना चाहिए। अंत में मैं केवल यही कहना चाहूंगी कि सांस्कृतिक भावनाओं को ठेस पहुंचाने जैसे कार्यों में सरकार को दखल देकर अनैतिक नीतियां नहीं बनानी चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Team C. Thank you, Team C. Now, Team B is allowed to confer for 3 minutes and present their viewpoints on the ethical question. Team D.
Yes, ma'am.
Time starts. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much for such a beautiful presentation, Team C. I appreciate your well-researched information and I feel privileged to enlighten myself with your views. Your research on patriarchal system eminent in different parts of the
Coordinator, Mumbai's camera is off.
No, it's not. Camera is on.
May I continue, ma'am?
Yes, I can see.
I would also like to quote how beautifully you have explained that marriage is not a bond between two people, but rather between two families. My favorite quote from your presentation is that deeds define a man and not his name. You have also well explained how changing your surname is inherently a personal choice, and I am glad that our team is on the same page as yours. However, it is easier said than done. Many rituals till date might be morally incorrect, but are still in practice because of the blind faith people have in the ongoing rituals and traditions. How do you convince or make the traditional anti-Indian society to come up to the terms of believing that the changing or the non-changing of surnames is not the ritual, but rather should be left on the choice of the couple? A clarity in response would be appreciated. Absolutely. We agree with everything that you have said. I absolutely love the fact that you have talked about the freedom of choice, you have talked about both the stands, and you explained the social norms as well as individual choices and the cultural importance. But I can't help but notice that you have neglected the rights of men by focusing more on women. What about those men who, in a matriarchal society, have to adopt the woman's name? And how do you suggest we create a more modern society where the last names do not represent a spouse or a caste, where we can avoid using such a concept and invite more freedom? Because it is a well-known fact that last names are a modernly developed concept. Clarity on this would be much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
Now questions for team C.
Ma'am, we have presented our views along with our questions. मैं आपके प्रश्न का उत्तर देना चाहूंगी। हमने महिला और पुरुष के विपक्ष या पक्ष के आधारित तो कोई बात ही नहीं की है। हम ना ही किसी के पक्ष में हैं, ना ही किसी के विपक्ष में हैं। हमने सिर्फ ये कहा था कि जो भी अपनी इच्छा से अपना नाम या उपनाम बदलना चाहते हैं वो बदले, जो नहीं बदलना चाहते वो ना बदले। वो पूरी तरह से उनके ऊपर आधारित है।
We even spoke about government, where government should not interfere in personal choices. We never spoke about a specific gender, be it male or female. It's up to you whether you want to take a person's surname after marriage or not. It's completely your choice. No one can force their opinions on you.
प्रश्न पूछने के लिए धन्यवाद समूह भैया। मैं पहले स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा कि हमने ये कहीं पे भी देखा कि महिलाओं को, जो महिलाएं हैं वह नाम लेंगी और जो पुरुष है उन्हें भी, जो मातृसत्तात्मक जो समाज है उनमें उनका अधिकार खंडन हो जाएगा या फिर उनके पास जो है निर्णय लेने की शक्ति नहीं। हमने यह कहा है कि दोनों के पास निर्णय लेने की आजादी है। वह चाहे तो उपनाम ले सकते हैं, वह ना चाहे तो उपनाम नहीं ले सकते। मैंने इसमें गौतमीपुत्र श्री शतकर्णी जो सम्राट हुए हैं दक्षिण भारत के, उनका भी उदाहरण देते हुए कहा था कि उन्होंने अपनी माता का नाम लगाया। अब वह सम्राट है, उन्हें उनके ऊपर कौन दबाव बना सकता है, परंतु उन्होंने अपने खुद के निर्णय से खुद के नाम लगाया। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हमने दोनों को ही निर्णय लेने की आजादी दी है, किसी एक के लिए हमने ये बाध्यता नहीं बनाई। दूसरी बात, भारत का संविधान चाहे पुरुष हो या महिला दोनों को ही निर्णय लेने की आजादी देता है। वह किसी एक के लिए, वह किसी एक को अधिक अधिकार नहीं देता और दूसरे को कम।
We as a team believe in equality. If any right is to be given or any right is to be taken or anything, then it should be done for both the reasons. We believe that the decision of taking of changing surnames or anything revolves for both, is for both males and females, and there shouldn't be any discrimination about this on any basis. Thank you.
Adding more to what my teammates said, I would like to give another example. You all might know famous renowned director Sanjay Leela Bhansali, where Leela, the middle name of the director, is his mother's. So we are not saying that only females should take up names or they should not take up names. We are saying that everyone has a right to choose what they want for themselves. I guess these answers satisfy you. Thank you so much for asking.
Okay, thank you, Team C. Thank you, Team C. Now, any other question? Okay. Now I would request judges to express their views on Team C and ask one question each.
Shailendra sir, if you allow, I'll begin.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Now, this matter, to me at least, this matter doesn't appear to be as simple as it has been presented, because it has got an age-old tradition. As you must have read in the case study also, that it is not only in India but across the world, this particular pattern is being followed. I wish some of you would have, spent a little time on exploring that wisdom, which actually brought this tradition to fore. Because what we say is individually, okay, fine, I'm ready, I'm free to call myself anything. When my name was decided, I was not in a position to say whether I like this name or not. One. When my surname was put next to it, again, I was not in a position to say in the school in Montessori whether I would like it or not. And later on, after marriage, again the name changes and it is given. So we are known by our given name, and then after marriage, some of us are known by the adopted name, right? So I wish the group had spent some time on finding out what is the basis or what is the root cause or reason why this name change is so universally applicable and prevalent. Because we must agree on one thing, that whatever is universally prevalent and agreeable, respected, agreed, so far there are no complaints, mass level of complaints against this, that the complaint registers are filled up with the complaint that my name has been changed against my wishes. So there must be some reason, and I think that reason could have been explored. I would give you a chance in answer to my question, if you could explore that reason. That is one part of it. Secondly, I'll give you a clue to that in marriages across the world, it is the ladies who go and join the gentleman's family. Majority, again, I'm saying. It could be a changing pattern where people are not staying with their parents. It could be a different individual homes also, but marriages are taking place where it is the women who are changing their place and joining the gentleman's family, man's family. There is another question which you may like to address, and I would like to know what is your answer to that, is that when a person retains his or her name and they have children, what would be your suggestion for their children? What name, of course, again, as I said, religion and name are given by parents in our country, in the world. So far, no question has been raised, but there are some people who are raising question also, that why should a Hindu family, rather compulsorily have this religion given to the child. Let the child decide after he becomes 18 which religion would he like to follow, or any religion for that matter. But I'm not getting into that question. But I'll just say that in case children are born to such couple, where a man is retaining his name and woman is retaining her name, that is with surname. Name is not the question here, surname is the question here. If I'm correct, the surname is the main question here. So what would be your suggestion as to how the children should adopt their names, and they should follow their names after being given a particular name by, and what should be when the children are not in a position to decide their own name in Montessori or in this younger days, how would you like those parents to name them? These are a few questions I have for you, if you can answer.
Thank you, sir. Team C, be ready for the answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
You have to start immediately.
So before answering the question you asked, so first of all, we have to understand the origin of these surnames. These are in the ancient period and the medieval periods. The surnames were decided on the basis of the profession, but so that the work of the person could be identified. At the same time, the people who are related to them could be identified, because at that time other means were not available. Okay, now coming to like what a child can do now when they have been given a name. See, when they are born, they are not in a position when they can decide the name. But once official name is only decided when the child is in 10th and when he registers himself. So at that time, the child can go for changing of his name.
Yes, team C.
So, according to me, sir, that's a really nice question. So, sir, earlier on, like I mentioned in my presentation as well, there was a stigma of caste where people were identified on the sole basis of their surnames. Like, for example, if some person is a Gupta, they are mostly referred to as businessmen, right? So, in This phase, they were basically these surnames were ways to identify. Now, moreover, there are, for example, in a class, there are 30 students. What if there are two Shreyas in the class? One Shreya Mathur, one Shreya Yadav. If a teacher calls a person, Shreya, please come here, then there would be a confusion between them that, so which one are you referring to? Then we can use surnames as a basis of recognition. That yes, beta, I'm calling Shreya Mathur.
I would like to interrupt. We are not discussing about validity of surnames. We are not discussing about what surname conveys. We are discussing about a marriage in which the one surname goes to another person and the couple is known by one surname. So whether the couple should be known by one surname or the lady who is entering the house should retain her own surname, that is the question.
महोदय, धन्यवाद प्रश्न पूछने के लिए। तो मैं इस बात को ऐसे शुरू करना चाहूंगी कि ये तो पूरी तरह से उनके ऊपर निर्भर होना चाहिए कि वो अपना उपनाम बदले या ना बदले। अगर एक महिला अपना उपनाम बदलना चाहती है तो वो बदल सकती है, और अगर नहीं बदलना चाहती तो वो ना बदले। और यदि उनका जो बच्चा है या फिर जो उनका वंश आगे बढ़े, तो अगर उनके उपनाम की बात आई तो उन्हें जो माता पिता उन्हें ये करना चाहिए कि उसे कोई उपनाम ना देने की बजाय जब तक वो बड़ा ना हो जाए वो उसके ऊपर छोड़ देना चाहिए कि वो बड़ा होकर ये खुद निर्णय ले कि वो अपना उपनाम लगाना चाहता है या नहीं लगाना चाहता है।
प्रश्न पूछने के लिए धन्यवाद महोदय। जैसे कि आपने कहा कि जो उपनाम लगाने की जो प्रथा वह संस्कृति कई सालों से चली आ रही, हजारों सालों से। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जब कोई महिला विवाह करके दूसरे घर में जाती है तो वह बहुत बार उपनाम लगाती है अपने पति का। उसके पीछे कारण ये होता है कि वह उस परिवार का खुद को एक हिस्सा मानती है और परिवार में मिलने का एक यह माध्यम है। दूसरी बात, वह उनके प्रति अपने प्रेम इसको प्रकट करने के लिए भी उपनाम को लगाती है। यहाँ से बात है कि बच्चों के लिए क्या उपनाम लगना चाहिए। यदि माता अपने पिता का उपनाम लगा रही और पिता है उनका उपनाम है वो दूसरा, तो उससे मैं यही कहूंगा कि दोनों इस पर एक साथ बैठे हो सकते हैं कि कौन सा उपनाम लगाना चाहिए। और जहां तक बात है कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो माता होगी वो भी ये इस बात सहमत होगी कि बच्चों के पास पिता का नाम है।
मगर आपने जो प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है केस स्टडी का, उसके अंदर आप बिल्कुल डाइवर्सली अपोजिट व्यू दे रहे हैं। अगर सभी लोग अपनी स्वेच्छा से ये नाम स्वीकार कर रहे हैं तो फिर प्रश्न किस बात का है। अगर पत्नियां पति के घर जाकर प्रेम और स्नेह की वजह से अगर उनके सरनेम को ले रही हैं और वो भी ये समझती हैं कि बच्चे के पिता का नाम उसके सरनेम उसको लगना चाहिए, तो फिर हम किस बात पे डिस्कस कर रहे हैं? हमारा सवाल क्या है?
बहुत बार सर क्या होता है कि कुछ महिलाएं होती है जिन्हें अपने पति का उपनाम नहीं लगाना होता, उन पर ये जो संस्कृति का दबाव होता है कि वह अपने पति का नाम लगाए। तो हमारे यह कहना है कि वो जो महिलाएं हैं उन पर ये थोपा नहीं जाना चाहिए कि उन्हें नाम लगाना ही है, ये जरूरी नहीं होना चाहिए। यदि
इस बारे में आपके पास कोई डेटा है कि इतने प्रतिशत महिलाएं जो है वो अपने आप को इस तरह से महसूस करती हैं कि उनका उपनाम नहीं बदलना चाहिए?
In this field, we like to emphasize. First of all, like you were saying that, thanks for asking the question firstly. Answer, you said that, what's the relevance of this topic if it's about, our talk, we are basically saying that, so with the tradition, okay, but the tradition has caused us, now the women are being forced or not forced, but because of the societal norms, they have to take up these surnames. But what we emphasize on is that the woman or anyone, any person, the spouse should be free to decide the surnames even after marriage. Answering your previous question, So you said that what about the children? So the concept of the surname, just like I earlier said, was to define the profession of birth, okay, in the past. And as the time has passed, that requirement has not, it's not that required. Now we are defined by our identity. See, really, the name represents some part of our identity, but identity is what we do for ourselves, what we do for our society, and what we do for our family. That defines ourselves.
Friend, I would like to submit that what the point you're making about profession, caste being related to the surname is not under discussion here. I mean, today it is irrelevant for our discussion. Here we are talking about a person's right or free individual choice. I am only asking that, is that a question actually existing? Are there some objections raised by anybody for adoption of name? I mean, every person is free to adopt any name. There are no restrictions. Are there any complaints to suggest that there is a large part of women who are against it, but they are forced to take the name of their husband's family?
Yes, sir. Sir, thanks for asking the question again, sir. I feel that still to this date, a lot of women, if not directly, then at least they face indirect pressure from the society. Taking an example of Japan that has been given in the case study, it has been made a legal provision over there to take that name. So both the society should take in our country as well. What is done that it has been made a general thing. And a lot of women who don't want to follow it have to face the pressure from other women or other parts of society that feel that it should be done.
What is the basis of your information? That is what I'm asking. In Japan, if it is a legal requirement, the legal laws are made by the selected, legislature. And in case it is a law which should be done away with, there is a procedure for that. Somebody can file a petition and the law can be discussed in the courts. But is this question a relevant question here? Are we having enough data that why there is no movement against it so far? And as I said, that okay, fine, I agree to your suggestion that Meena Chopra should remain Meena Chopra only. I'm just giving you a name. Meena Chopra should remain Meena Chopra when she goes to Mr. Rajesh Khanna's house, right? Now, I'm simply asking, they have a son. They want to name Jitendra. So he should be Jitendra Khanna or Jitendra Chopra. Or he should make his name as Jitendra Bhatia. There's a third name. He should be free to adopt any name. So there is a little, there is something 99% families are following. And now we are suggesting that we should break away from that. There should be a merit in that. I'm just asking you, what is the merit in doing that?
धन्यवाद महोदय। जैसे कि यह एक नैतिक चर्चा है, तो नैतिकता में क्या जो आप फैक्ट वगैरह उनकी जरूरत इतनी नहीं होती। वो यह होता है कि आप क्या महसूस करते हैं। तो यदि कोई महिला उपनाम लगाना चाह रही है तो वो लगा सकती है, और यदि वो नहीं लगाना चाह रही तो वो नहीं लगा। अगर इनसे धोखा नहीं लगा।
चलिए अपन इस चर्चा को यहाँ रोकते हैं। मैं ये मान के चलता हूँ कि आप 4 लोग और दूसरी टीम के 4 लोग हैं, वो अपने अपनी शादी के बाद में अपने अपने नाम को रिटेन करेंगे। ठीक है, अपन इस चर्चा को यहीं रोकते हैं, बिकॉज इससे ज्यादा फिर हम दूसरों का समय जाया करेंगे। आई हैव अंडरस्टूड व्हाट यू वांट टू से एंड आई एम टेकिंग इट एज योर आंसर। ओके, शैलेंद्र सर।
Thank you, sir. Shailendra sir, now you can express your views and ask a question.
In this problem before you, I see there are 2 aspects in this. One is an aspect of the social fabric, the social arrangement, and one is an aspect of individual freedom. Correct? So, having a surname for one family is an aspect of social arrangement. Why one family should have a surname or why one family should have its own name? There are certain socio and legal aspect to it. What is the social aspect to it? the family name helps in deciding the kinship. Who are the part of the family, who are not part of the family. Now, how these names are given is irrelevant. There are parts of India where the names of the family are dependent upon the name of the village. There are parts of India where the name of the family is dependent upon the caste, where the names of family are dependent upon the profession. So you have different kinds of surname, different manners of origin of the surname. But to me, that is irrelevant. Of course, at some point of time, for a social status wise, it may have some relevance at some point of time, but we are keeping that aside. But what is the importance of it is there is a social aspect of the kinship and the legal aspect of the legal rights, heirship, what we call. There is certain property of the family. How it is to be distributed, it has to go to the family members. So to identify that, so that identity of surname is not a mere individual identity, it is a social identity also. So when that is the situation, and going by the same point which Nitin sir had said, now what is the social arrangement? Woman, if it is, suppose we say that it's a patriarchal society, patriarchal culture, so the woman joins the family of the husband. If it is matriarchal, the husband joins the family of the wife. Whatever the situation might be. Now, when that is happening, what is happening is that one person is leaving a family legally, I'm saying, or status wise, I'm saying, and joining another family. May not be leaving a family, that we'll just keep aside that aspect, but still that one person is joining another family, becoming a part of that other family. That was the point which Nitin sir was trying to tell you. When that is the situation, my question to you, if this arrangement is accepted, that I'm joining the family of another, what will be the harm caused, or what will be the which right will be affected if there is a law in place which says that, okay, if you're joining that family, you take up that name, right? This is the one aspect to it. Second aspect to it, the name which is given to you is given by your parents. So what you call as your identity has been decided by your parents. You take that name, you accept that name in whatever way it has been given. Whether it is a 4 alphabet name, whether it is a 10 alphabet name, you have accepted it. You take it, you carry it forward. There are hardly any few people who feel that their name is not good. अरे ये अच्छा नाम नहीं है, तो वो उसके सामने कुछ कुमार लगाओ, कुछ और लगाओ, हाँ? क्योंकि उनके प्रोफेशन के हिसाब से है, मे बी थोड़ा सा स्पेलिंग कुछ न्यूमरोलॉजी के हिसाब से कर लेंगे, but you still maintain that identity, you accept that identity. Now, this is a sociological and psychological aspect to it. When you are accepting that identity, what harm will be caused if the law requires? It's the same question in a different perspective I'm asking you. What is the legal right which will be affected if there is a law which says that you have to maintain the name of the family which you are part of? Whether there is any right which is affected, whether there is any fundamental right which is affected, or whether there is any social right which is affected. And if it is not affected, then how the law will be improper? This is the question which was posed in the problem before you, the case before you. So this is what I want you to answer. And the second aspect of it, which I feel both of the teams have missed out. And that is the aspect of law enforcing, or the law is accepting a cultural practice and converting it into a legal provision. Right? This is what is happening. The cultural practice is that women, when getting married, they take up the name of the husband's family. Now, if this is a cultural practice, can a law be passed to enforce this cultural practice or to convert it into a legal requirement? So, what is the ethical question in it? Whether the culture which decides the law or whether it is the law which brings in a cultural change. So, I have given you two aspects to think upon. Now, again, I say it again. Last time in the last session also I said, you may not have an answer, but I want your thinking on it. If you have, आपको मेरे सवाल की वजह से आपके दिमाग में और 10 सवाल अगर पैदा हो रहे हैं तो आप वो सवाल शेयर कीजिए. ठीक है? Yes.
Thank you, sir. Team C, you're not audible.
Sir, may we speak?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. So first of all, what I feel is, okay, when like there is change in name after marriage, it isn't affecting any of our rights, sir. It's the only, sir, see, earlier a woman who was part of a family, now she has moved to another family. It isn't affecting it like the inheritance she'll have in a family, nothing like that is being affected. But the only thing that is being affected over here is her liberty that she could have chosen. See, you said that the titles were basically a social thing and they were used to socially identify. So, in this modern era, why are we focusing on being recognized by some surname? Let our name be the thing that recognizes the place from where we come. So the work that we do and the things that we do in our life are the things that define who we are. I don't think the surname affects it in any way.
प्रश्न पूछने के लिए धन्यवाद महोदय. जैसे कि आपने कहा कि क्या संस्कृति नियम को, लॉ को प्रभावित करती है या नियम लॉ जो है वह संस्कृति को प्रभावित करती है. तो मेरा यह कहना है कि यदि कोई संस्कृति ऐसी है जिससे किसी को नुकसान नहीं हो रहा है, किसी को इससे नुकसान नहीं पहुंचा, हार नहीं हो रहा, तो फिर ऐसी संस्कृति के लिए कोई नियम बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है. हमारे भारत का संविधान भी कहता है कि यदि कोई ऐसी संस्कृति है जिससे किसी को नुकसान पहुंचता है तो वहां पर जो है सरकार वह एक नियम या कानून बना सकती है. परंतु यदि उस संस्कृति से किसी को नुकसान नहीं पहुंच रहा है तो ऐसे स्थान पर नियम बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है. और जहां तक बात आई सामाजिक पहचान, मैं ये कहूंगा कि कुछ लोगों को पसंद नहीं होता है कि वे सामाजिक जो पहचान है वो रखें. वह चाहते हैं कि वह खुद की पहचान को ही बनाए रखें. तो ऐसे जो व्यक्ति हैं जो खुद की पहचान को बनाए रखना चाहते हैं तो वह उसके लिए अपने उपनाम को नहीं बदले. उससे मुझे नहीं लगता कि उन पर ही थोपा जाना चाहिए कि आप जा रहे हो, आप कर रहे हो तो आपको उपनाम देना चाहिए.
Yes, you
So,
can.
for example, so if I get married, so if, for example, my name even changes, so will that take away the right to inherit the property of my father from me? It won't take away that right, right? So, along with it, will it take away the right from me, like to inherit the property of my father-in-law from me? No, it won't take away that
शुभि के बिंदुओं में कुछ एक बिंदु और जोड़ना चाहूंगी। जब एक महिला विवाह करती है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि जो वो उसके पिता का घर है वो छोड़ देती है। वो जब विवाह करती है तो अपने पति के घर में शामिल होती है, ना कि अपने पिछले घर को छोड़कर दूसरे घर में चली जाती है। उसके पास विवाह हुए बिना या फिर विवाह होने के बाद भी अधिकार है। ऐसा नहीं है कि विवाह होने के बाद उसके जो पहले के अधिकार हैं वो छूट गए या फिर उनका हनन हो गया।
जैसे कि तनिषा ने कहा कि यदि कोई महिला अपने पति के घर में जा रही है और वह उसका उपनाम नहीं लेना चाहती तो क्या इससे उसका कोई अधिकार छीन जाएगा? मैं कहूँगा नहीं। कि वह उपनाम लेती है तो भी उसका कोई अधिकार छीन नहीं रहे, और यदि वह उपनाम नहीं ले रही है इससे भी उसका कोई अधिकार छीन नहीं रहा। तो मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला है कि यदि वह उपनाम लेना चाहती है नहीं, या उसकी स्वयं का निर्णय होना चाहिए कि वह उपनाम रखना चाहती है नहीं।
देखिए ऐसा है, मेरा सवाल थोड़ा सा इस तरीके से है कि आपका अधिकार कभी नहीं जाता। आप एज अ वारिस, आप जो हैं आपके पिता के हैं, आपके पति के हैं, वो अधिकार किसी भी तरीके से नहीं जाता, ये लॉ कहता है। सो वॉट एवर योर नेम इज, योर हेयरशिप, योर स्टेटस एज हेयरशिप इज नॉट गोइंग टू चेंज, बट to make an arrangement in society, to make an arrangement in documentation which will facilitate the law enforcement agencies to identify you as the heir of that person. If they say ki, okay, if you are to be identified as the heir of this person, you have to take the survey. What that will do, that will facilitate or that will create a better evidence. I'm hearing some sound.
Please, I think yes. Yes, thank you.
Right. तो जैसे आप अगर पासपोर्ट देखते हैं तो पासपोर्ट में ये लिखा जाता है कि आपके स्पाउस का नाम क्या है, तो ये तो कंपलसरी है। इसमें आपके राइट का कौन सा वायलेशन हो गया कि नहीं मेरी तो फ्रीडम वायलेट हो गई इसमें? नो, आई एम नॉट बाउंड टू गिव दैट डिस्क्लोजर। So my question was, if this is made a rule or if this is made a law that while writing your name, you should write the name of your husband's family also. So what right exactly is being affected? Which fundamental right of yours is being affected? ऐसा अगर लॉ ने कहा कि आपको इस तरीके से नाम लिखना है, तो इसमें आपके कौन से राइट को वायोलेट कर दिया, ये मैं जानना चाहता था आपसे। You're getting my question?
धन्यवाद। जैसे कि आपने कहा कि जो समाजी संरचना बनाएगी उसमें ये जो उपनाम पता है, ये जो संस्कृति है, ये जरूरी है। मेरा ये कहना है कि जो समाजी संरचना बनाई जाती है वह हमारे लिए ही बनाई जाती है, और जहां तक बात आई कि कानून के लिए आसान होगा या फिर जो सरकार उसके लिए आसान होगा हमें पहचानना, तो मेरा ये कहना है कि जैसे मैं अपने नाम के पीछे नाम नहीं लगाता, तो क्या इससे ये थोड़ी होता है कि सरकार मुझे पहचानेगी? मेरा आधार कार्ड बना हुआ है और उसमें मेरे नाम के पीछे उपनाम नहीं लगा हुआ है, तब भी मुझे वो सारे अधिकार प्राप्त है जो उस व्यक्ति को होते हैं जिसके पीछे उपनाम लगा हुआ है। और जहां तक बात आई पासपोर्ट में आपको अपने पति या पत्नी का नाम भी उजागर करना पड़ता है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए, मैं कर सकता है। हम ये कह रहे हैं कि जो व्यक्ति स्वयं है वह उसके पास ही निर्णय होना चाहिए कि वह खुद के नाम के पीछे नाम लगाना चाहता है या नहीं लगाना चाहता। जो और पासपोर्ट जो है वह पूछता है कि आपके पति का क्या नाम है, तो वह ये नहीं कहता कि जो आपके पति का उपनाम है वही आप भी लगाओ।
Right to freedom and right to privacy is getting affected by making such a law.
Team C,
तो मैं कुछ कहूं?
Yes, sir, please.
मैं ये कह रहा था कि इसमें बहुत सारी प्रैक्टिकल चीजें हैं जिनको आपको समझना होगा। जैसे कि आप कह रहे हैं कि मैं जब शादी होके अपने पति के घर जाती हूँ तो मेरा संबंध मेरे पुराने घर से नहीं टूटता, वो बना रहता है। तो संबंध के बारे में कोई किसी को डाउट नहीं है। लेकिन अगर आप रात को 12-1 बजे तक घर पे नहीं आई तो कौन से घर में कंप्लेंट की रिपोर्ट लिखी जाएगी? आपके पिता के घर में या पति के घर में? अगर आप रात को 12 बजे तक घर नहीं लौटते हैं तो कंप्लेंट कौन सा घर करवाएगा? पिता का घर करवाएगा या पति का घर करवाएगा?
धन्यवाद। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दोनों से ही हम जुड़े हुए हैं और दोनों को हमारी चिंता है, दोनों ही घर कंप्लेंट लिखवाएंगे, दोनों को सूचित होना चाहिए।
देखिए, इसीलिए मैं इस आर्गुमेंट को आगे नहीं बढ़ाना चाहता था। फिजिकल प्रॉक्सिमिटी आपकी अब उस घर में है जहां पे आप रह रहे हैं, ठीक है? अगर आप अपने घर से स्कूल आते हैं, स्कूल में कोई घटना होती है तो स्कूल ही करेगा उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई। आप अगर 8 घंटे स्कूल रहते हैं तो उस पर घर पे कार्रवाई नहीं होगी। जहां कहीं आप रहते हैं वहीं पे कार्रवाई होगी। ये अगर जितना सच है तो उतना ही सच ये है कि आप उस घर के एक्टिव सदस्य हैं और आप अपने फादर के घर के स्लीपिंग पार्टनर हैं, सिर्फ इनएक्टिव सदस्य हैं। अब इस चीज को आप अगर आर्ग्यूमेंट सेक में ये कहना चाहते हैं कि भाई हम दोनों घर के सदस्य हैं, दोनों को एफआईआर करवानी चाहिए, तो ठीक है, आप 2 एफआईआर करवाइए। आपका मौलिक राइट है, आप जाके 3 एफआईआर भी करवा सकते हैं। लेकिन इस आर्ग्यूमेंट को कहां तक खींचना है ये आप लोगों को डिसाइड करना है।
I'll just add to what Nitin sir said. Suppose there is a situation where a woman is to get operated and the doctor asks for a consent form. If she's married and both her father and husband are present there, whom they will get the consent from? Have you ever experienced this practical situation? Nitin sir was talking about a practical situation. So I'm giving another example of this practical situation.
Okay, sir. Sir, I would like to answer both the questions, sir. First of all, sir, you asked that, okay, who will register a report? So first of all, like both families care for her, but at the same time, the institution or the people who are near me, who are like, who get to know this information before or early, will be the one to register it, obviously. And so secondly, in case of like while operating, sir, so the same thing applies over there as well. Like both can fill the form, but at the same time, what I feel is the person who bears the liability in that case should be the one to fill that form.
Okay, as Nitin sir said, we need to stop this argument at some point of time.
Okay, thank you, judges. Now I request judges to mark scores for Team C. I declare 15 minutes break.
Not required exactly, I think. Just give 5 minutes break and the other teams can be ready.
Okay, thank you, sir. Only 5 minutes break. Teams D, be ready.
Neelu ma'am. Neelu ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Neelu ma'am. Once the case study is read, ma'am, there's no conferring time. They have to start immediately.
Okay, I have to start immediately. Then
Next. Yes,
of the case study.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And we'll start the time at 12 minutes time. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
ते दोन्ही म्हण जबाब व कैफियत असं दोन्ही म्हण म्हटलं.
Please mute your mic, whose mic is on. Okay, now I would like to invite Team D. Now, Team D, are you all ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the case study topic for Team D is Harry Potter and the tweeting TERF. J.K. Rowling, the author of the beloved Harry Potter books, has repeatedly tweeted and blogged in support of sex essentialism and the position that trans women are men and trans men are women. The Human Rights Campaign pointed out the problem with her view by responding. Trans women are women, trans men are men, non binary people are non binary. Fans of the books have been outraged at Rowling's transphobic rhetoric that they believe flies in the face of the values embodied in the books that made her famous. The stars of the Harry Potter movies, including Emma Watson and Daniel Radcliffe, have denounced Rowling's views. In a piece published by an organization dedicated to protecting trans youth, Radcliffe apologized to fans and said, "If you found anything in these stories that resonated with you and helped you at any time in your life, then that is between you and the book that you read, and it is sacred." As one fan put it, "I'm a firm believer in separating the art from the artist." And I still think J.K. Rowling's stories are of great value. Whimsical, nostalgic tales of a British boarding school system that never existed. Ice cold baths and savage beatings replaced with chocolate frogs and sexless love potions. The difference between the world Rowling created in the Harry Potter books and her real world positions in jarring for many who interpreted the books as supporting values like being yourself, loving those who are different from you, and sticking up for the underdog. In stark contrast, Her views devalue and erase the trans experience and target an already vulnerable community. Because Rowling is using her platform to spread damaging views, many former fans believe that the art simply cannot be separated from the artist under these circumstances. As one former fan wrote, the argument that we should be able to separate art from the artist and not let the actions of the later dictate our judgment of the former has been increasingly challenged as our tolerance for acts of violence and expressions of hatred by once loved artists and creators dissipates. J.K. Rowling's most recent anti trans tweets and increasing alignment with the UK's vitriolic TERF, trans exclusive radical feminist brigade, a betrayal of her fans. Or as another fan succinctly lamented in a reply to Rowling on Twitter, HP is everything to me, and you are slowly killing everything it represents. Now, the question is, if you were tasked with writing legislation designated to properly reflect the rights of transgender students and others regarding use of facilities such as locker rooms and restrooms, what would be the key elements and the moral justification for those elements? Is it clear, children? Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's clear. Thank you.
You can start now. Your time starts now.
Are you me? Can't you tell? No, you can't, because I cannot be myself so well. I never knew that trying to be myself would come with a price. How come to be myself there has to be a sacrifice? Sex and gender are two different terms. Although they are used interchangeably, they are two different aspects. Sex is something which is assigned to you at your birth based on your morphological characteristics, such as your external genitalia and the composition of your sex chromosomes. However, gender is a broad spectrum. You can choose to be on any point inside the spectrum or to be entirely outside of it. A person may identify at any point within the spectrum or outside it entirely. Statistics show that around 33.5% of people worldwide identify themselves as a part of the LGBTQ or the queer community, which is over 1/3 of the world population. What if a trans woman uses the ladies' washroom? Will other ladies understand what it is to be in her boobs? Will they think of her presence as a threat because she's biologically a male? Will they feel comfortable to share their washroom with someone who is born a male? Will the trans woman not feel violated and insulted? On the other hand, what if the trans woman chooses to use the men's washroom? Will the other men ensure not to embarrass and mock her just because of her morphological appearance? Will they not misunderstand her presence and harass her? Every part of the situation screams unethical. What about someone who identifies as non-binary? They may neither want to use the men's nor the women's restroom. They might not be comfortable with the idea of using a restroom made with a target user in mind, but their physiological needs may compel them to use one anyways. The level of injustice and insecurity faced by these people can only be imagined by those not in their shoes. It is as if an unwritten law authorizes people going to the restroom to inspect the bodies of those who choose to cross the border that separates the inside and the outside. Besides that, queer people are condemned as sinners and cannot even pursue their dreams. In 2019, Adam Harry shot to fame as the country's first transgender trainee pilot, set to receive support from the Kerala government to become a commercial pilot. He then became a delivery man for Zomato. You know why? Because the DGCA said he was unfit to fly as long as he was on hormone therapy.
because of gender dysphoria.
Suicide rates are higher in those who identify as transgender or gender non-conforming. Suicide risk factors include discrimination, family rejection, internalized transphobia, and being denied appropriate bathroom or housing access. They too are humans at the end of the day, and they too deserve the representations and rights that other people are provided. It is important to assess the risk of suicide among the TGNC and discuss past experiences of prejudice or maltreatment to prevent further victimization.
Treating them with the same respect we treat others is not their privilege, but their right. Who are we to disrespect them? Irrespective of the way they identify, they are still humans, humans with blood running through their veins. The way they live their life is completely their choice, and we, as fellow humans, must make them feel accepted and included in society. Taking into consideration the rights they are entitled to, creating legislation involving simple improvements such as installing stalls or curtains in locker rooms and installation of unisex restrooms so that they can be seen. Unisex toilets are already prevalent in many countries like Canada, China, Australia, Japan, etc. We all must understand the importance of pronouns and how to respect them. History is evidence of how women employment has gradually gained support over the years. We can follow a similar mechanism for the merger of gender non-conforming people in our society and accept them wholeheartedly. We have to unfold the process in stages by first granting them the ability to exercise their rights, by granting them their privacy of separate washrooms, of changing rooms if they want, and to take pride in who they are, and society will become fully aware of it over time. The Indian policy that earlier recognized only males and females deprived the third gender from their rights of being Indian citizens, which included the right to vote, the right to own property, to marry, and more importantly, their basic rights like the right to education, employment, and even health. These basic rights which they were deprived of are fundamental rights.
The Section 18 of the Transgender Persons Act protects transgender persons against any form of abuse, which can be under physical, verbal, emotional, sexual, mental, and economic. And for in this is a term which shall not be less 6 months, but which may extend to 2 years and with fine. Also, the Domestic Violence Act 2005 protects all women, including transgender women, against any kind of abuse by any family member. Now, the rights of transgender persons are also considered under the 2014 NALSA judgment, where the Supreme Court laid emphasis on protecting and safeguarding their rights. This is done under the principles of the Indian Constitution laid down in Article 14, 15, 16, and 21. Even the Delhi government in 2021 mandated that all its departments and offices have separate and exclusive washrooms for transgender people.
Before addressing the second question mentioned in the case study, I would like to quote a famous saying of Mahatma Gandhi. Hate the sins, but not the sinner. The conversation on whether you can separate the art and the artist is profoundly debated on social media. Comment sections are being bombarded with disrespectful comments as soon as a new scandal involving a popular artist pops up. Many are quick to stop supporting an artist after they made accusations. But you know what? What we fail to understand is that the cancel culture is a toxic phenomenon that promotes nothing but shame and hatred. In fact, the faceless part of the internet has taken the act of holding people accountable to a whole new level of bullying. But the thing is, not everyone is cancelled equally, and there are some celebrities that are seemingly immune to it. Take rapper YNW Melly, for example, whose song Murder on My Mind only saw more success after the rapper was put on trial for actual murder. But we still listen to Michael Jackson, even despite accusations of his pedophilia. Even the Harry Potter series is still one of the highest sold books of all time. even following author J.K. Rowling's transphobic Twitter posts. If we don't hold every artist to the same standards, do we ethically have the authority to tell people which ones are cancelled and what art they can no longer perceive? There, of course, remains the argument that, for example, by streaming one song, you are essentially paying them. So why would we choose to pay them, right?
Let us try to look at this from a different angle and see these artists and their art as a business. Sure, they are the face of the brand, but there are hundreds of other people profiting of their songs, whether it be managers, production teams, or even the cashiers at their concerts. If one of the board members of Apple was revealed to have made a controversial comment, would you realistically stop using your iPhone? If the CEO of Nissan was involved in a fraud-related lawsuit, would you sell your car and buy a new one?
Ethically speaking, you really wouldn't find yourself enjoying or listening to an artist who you find to be racist, sexist, or problematic in some way. But separating the art from the artist is inherently a personal decision, and you should decide what is right and what is wrong. You should be well aware of the choice you make. After all, we really don't want to support the right wrong ideas, do we? As a team, we strongly believe that people in influential positions must recognize that their opinions and actions matter. They will not be condemned for words. After all, they have this freedom of speech, but they affect their reputations and consequently their art. And if they are condemned for their actions, as humans, we must reflect and recognize their mistakes. As a society, we believe in second chances, and when an artist gets theirs, they must not misuse it because hundreds, if not thousands, of people's lives and livelihoods are ruined as collateral. Thank you.
Now, Team C is given 3 minutes to confer, post Team D's presentation, and present their viewpoint on the ethical question. Your time starts. Team C, you can start now.
May we start?
Yes, please start.
Trans people deserve something vital. They deserve our respect. And from that respect comes a community that is far more compassionate and a society which is far more empathic. And a world which is better for all of us. We people have to understand that the trans people, the gender issue that these people are facing, is not something in their control. It's something which is entirely based on their biology and other biological factors. And before being of any gender, these people are the citizens of country and are subjected to equal rights offered to them under section 14 to 18 of the constitution, like right to equality, right to freedom, and right to maintain their liberty as well. We people have to, first of all, the process, the things that are to be done in order to make this condition of these people better. First of all, these require acceptance by not only the society but the government as well. I am of the point of view that each and every person living inside the territory of a country is an asset for the country. Everyone has a lot of capability, potential. So if we deprive these people of their rights and not give them proper opportunities to prosper, how much resources are we wasting? Taking example of Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi, she was a famous artist, dancer, and she also represented Asia Pacific in the United States for the first time in 2008. Now I would like to pass on mic to Bajrang.
ट्रांसजेंडर भी इंसान होते हैं और उनके भी मानवाधिकार होते हैं। जैसे कि नेल्सन मंडेला जी ने कहा कि लोगों को उनके मानवाधिकार से वंचित करके आप उनकी मानवता को चुनौती देते हैं। जैसे कि इसलिए ट्रांसजेंडर को समान व गरिमापूर्ण जीवन जीने का अधिकार है और यदि आप उन्हें उनसे वंचित कर रहे हो तो आप एक अनैतिक और एक सामाजिक अपराध भी कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आप समाज के हिस्से को पूरी तरह से नजरअंदाज कर रहे हो। जब प्रकृति हम लोगों के साथ भेदभाव नहीं करती, वह सबको बराबर रोशनी देती है, पानी सबकी प्यास बुझाता है, तो फिर हम क्यों एक दूसरे के बीच में भेदभाव कर रहे हैं? हमारा ये मानना है कि जो ये भेदभाव की जो दीवार हमने बीच में खड़ी कर रखी है हमारे और उनके बीच में, इसे गिराने की जरूरत है और उन्हें भी बराबर के अधिकार मिलने का उनका हक है, जो कि उन्हें मिलने भी चाहिए। फिर इस पर मैं यही कहूंगा कि भारत का संविधान सबको गरिमापूर्ण जीवन जीने का अधिकार देता है और हमारे यहाँ सुनिश्चित नहीं बनता कि हम उन्हें इससे वंचित करें।
The soul of a man has been given wings, and finally he is beginning to fly. He is flying into the rainbow, into the light of hope, into the future, into the glorious future that belongs to you, to me, to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the universe of Harry Potter has been ambivalent of gender rights. Who cares about what I say? But certainly people do care about what a famous personality, a person who has made some impact in his life, a person who has changed his life in some of the other way, say. So, according to me, an artist is full of different various views, and it's up to him whether he wants to reflect, and it's totally up to him whether he wants to reflect this point of view or the other point of view. He's a collection of thoughts and views. An artist, he or she reflects his art in his work, his views in his work. But does that only limit it to few certain views which have been made public? Every person has a right to frame different opinions. Every person has a right to evolve, to develop, to have a look at various situations with various different opinions. So, according to me, see, we are not machines, we are not cattle, we are men, and it is our ethical right to frame opinions, to present our views. So, according to me, art and artists should be separated, but at be condemned, not the artist. Thank you.
इस मामले में मेरा मानना ये है कि हमें कुछ बिंदुओं और मूल्यों के अनुसार ये देखना होगा कि कला को कलाकार से अलग करना चाहिए या नहीं। वैसे अगर नैतिक रूप से देखा जाए तो कलाकार की पहचान ही कला होती है। कलाकार अपनी कला में सोच और उनकी दृष्टि को दिखाते हैं। अगर हम मानव मस्तिष्क की बात करें तो वो तो अपने हिसाब से अपनी दृष्टि से हर चीज को अनुभव करता है। कला को सम्मान दिलवाने वाला कलाकार है और कलाकार को सम्मान दिलवाने वाली कला है। कला को बनाए रखना कलाकार का दायित्व है। धन्यवाद।
So our question to you is, should special rights be given to transgender people? If yes, don't you think that they'll be excluded from the mainstream media?
और हमारा दूसरा प्रश्न यह है कि क्या कला और कलाकार को एक साथ रखकर देखा जाना चाहिए या फिर दोनों को अलग अलग रखकर देखा जाना चाहिए? इस पर आपके क्या विचार?
Now, Team D is given 3 minutes to confer and come back with their answers. Your time starts now. Now, Team D can start.
Thank you so much for such a mind-boggling question, Team C. We were indeed forced to ponder over it. For tackling the first question, that should specialized be given to the transgender people, I would the SC, scheduled caste and scheduled tribes people of India. Years back, there was such a system where even a shadow was considered to be inauspicious and non-holy. But today, if you see over the years, they were allowed, they were given special rights even in the, the judiciary, the jobs, the government jobs, the civil jobs, education institutions. So that is how their merger into the society became possible, where they were allowed, when people were actually given a privilege to interact with them through these special rights. By giving them special rights, we are not making that merger into the society hard, but rather making it much easier for them to inculcate themselves as a part of society over the time.
We have to look at the reason that special rights are called special for a reason, because they are not for everyone. They are for the part of population which is considered special. Transgender community has been persecuted for many years. To bring them into the mainstream population, we have to give them special rights. And not just rights, we have to create awareness amongst the rest of the population that transgender people are not something which is unnatural. It is part of our natural system and it happens naturally. The Transgender Persons Act 2019 ensures that all transgender rights are protected under the Indian Constitution. Similarly, as mentioned by my teammate, the SC/ST Act protected the rights of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. Similar rights are also needed for transgender people. The Indian Penal Code also protects the transgender people. Another example from the foreign nation USA is that in 1975, Minneapolis became the first city in the US to introduce unisexual bathrooms. Thank you.
Now, to add to that, we all know that we favor equity over equality first. Why? Because equity is equal distribution of everything according to how we need it. Transgender people are oppressed in society. So yes, they need those special rights that we who don't belong to that community don't require, because they are oppressed. They are considered sinners. They are condemned for existing. So those special rights that they are given ensure equity, up to which, when they become accepted into society, slowly, it will take time, but when they are accepted into society, it will result in equality.
Adding on to that, I would like to reiterate the fact that in our speech, we have mentioned that we are talking about a utopian world where trans people have achieved equal rights as every one of us, and they are normalized and considered a normal part of society. These special rights that we have given to them today are just fastening the process to achieve this utopian world. And we must protect and empower our queer youth. Thank you.
For answering the second question, I would like to cite the example of Adolf Hitler. We all know him, isn't it? However, his paintings till date are not sold in the exhibitions or in auctions. Do you know why? Because after all his deeds, no one prefers to keep something which reminds us of him as a gesture of the Nazism and the atrocities he had performed with the entire mankind hanging in the walls of their house. But here, the people are not separating the art and the artist. They are condemning the artist as well as the art. However, on the other hand, you have his book, The Mein Kampf, in which he has expressed his ideology being sold worldwide on roads and stores and great bookshops. Here, people are separating the art and the artist. They are willingly and eager to read his art, even in spite of the fact that they might not be fond of the artist. As our team had already said, that separating the art and the artist is inherently your personal choice, and it cannot, you cannot conclude a general answer to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Team D. Now, I would like to request judges to express their views and ask a question. First, I would like to request Nitin sir to start.
Okay, I have a very small question. See, we talked about separating art and artist, and we said that we're talking about person, his character, and then the same thing overflowing to the creations that he does. Similar problems are there in terms of money also. There is black money, there is white money, there are different shades of money, and we have emotions attached to every part of it. The money gets colored. because of the nature of earning and nature of its its own nature. But here I would like to come back to the art and artist, and I would like to ask you that when we talk about art, it is a part of the skill that he has or she has. When we talk about the artist, we are mostly referring to him or her as a human being. And there is a third thing, which is creation. Though it is not it is a lifeless thing. It could be a book, it could be a painting, it could be a poem, it could be anything else for that matter. And somewhere, are we not neglecting the creation at the cost of the creator? Are we not attaching, the character of the creator to the creation? Especially where in this world, when Miss Deepika Chikliya had played the role of Sita in Ramayana serial, wherever she used to go, people used to touch her feet. So those kind of feelings are also recognized, that people are deeply attached to such feelings. Obviously, Deepika Chikliya was only an actor and she had played the role of Sita, but she was not having anything of Sita in her, except that she has played the role. How do you address this? That what is the group's view on this? That should we actually carry forward the characteristics of an artist to his creation? What is your frank view on this?
Thank you, sir, for this question. This is something that we really do need to answer, because this is something that we don't discuss in everyday life. So, when you talk about Mein Kampf and you talk about Adolf Hitler's paintings, technically speaking, Mein Kampf is more controversial because we directly have his ideologies in it. Now, as a society, we somehow decided that we won't buy his paintings, but we will buy his ideologies, either because we want to see if he can justify what he did, or any other reasons that we have. Curiosity got to us. There are situations where both cases occur. When you touched a woman's feet who has played the role of a god, you are looking at her as a god because you see her as an embodiment of someone that we believe in. But when we consider the different aspects of art, what people don't understand is that art these days is a collaborative thing. We don't have any form of particularly solo art anymore. Like, for example, we can take a singer. A singer might sing a song in which she's singing alone. But there are so many people and so many things that go into creating that song more than just that woman. There is the manager, there is, the people who are creating the tunes, people who make the lyrics, you don't know that. And there are so many people's lives just hanging on that one person. And if they make a controversial statement, all their lives are affected. So when we neglect, so it is important to separate art from the artist, because the artist is a completely different person. But the art that they make is not just their own. They might have the rights to it, but it is not just their own, especially in modern times.
I would like to add on to that and say that, as you mentioned in your speech, sir, that even after J.K. Rowling's controversial tweets, Harry Potter is still one of the most beloved and one of the highest sold books throughout the world. This means that it is a personal choice completely. It's dependent on the person if they want to separate the art from the artist or if they want to do otherwise. And as we mentioned in our speech, that Michael Jackson, he was accused of pedophilia. Even still, he is such one of the biggest Hollywood stars, and till date, people fan him. He has a huge fan following. So it is up to a person to decide what is wrong according to their moral ethics and what is right. Thank you, sir.
So to add on to my team's point of view, the question was that are we neglecting the creation because of the creator if we decide to not separate between them? So what we need to understand is that many a times we start condemning the creator because of some reason. I agree that creator is a human being at the end of the day, and if he has resorted to any crimes or any unethical things, his his mindset, his negative character can be displayed through his art because art is again a form of expressing yourself, which can have a negative impact on those who need it. But irrespective of that, whoever wants to go forward and wants to read it can actually go forward with it. We have left the choice to the readers, to the people who are going to look forward to the art. We are not enforcing a yes or a no or a line between the art and the artist. Someone who is sensible enough to draw, to not take up the negative points of the criticized artist through his art can pretty much go ahead with not associating them together.
Since we are talking about art over here, I would like to use an example of a very famous dialogue which is used often in many movies. That चाहे 10 गुनहगार छूट जाएं लेकिन एक बेगुनाह को सजा नहीं मिलनी चाहिए. As a society, we believe in second chances, and when we ban art, for example, we are not just targeting the artist who should be targeted because he has done something wrong, but we are also targeting many more people who are innocent and are just involved in making that art. When we ban a singer, for example, we are not just stopping his music, but we are also threatening the livelihood of the composer, of the music distributor, the album artist, and all other people.
And another thing that we need to consider is that art can also be fictional. Art could be a figment of imagination. The art that someone gives out, the art that they produce could be completely different from what they believe in. Like, for example, let us consider J.K. Rowling. The character in the book, Dumbledore, she said that he was gay. And the word gay is part of the LGBTQ, where even the transgenders are involved. And she has spoken out against transgender people. She's spoken about the same-sex marriages. She's spoken about same-sex. And it's a very different concept because even if her ideologies reflect in there, we can decide not to follow it. We as human beings have our own opinions. We are not just going to follow any person we see first. We have the ability to create our own opinions. Also, sir, it also depends on the person who is looking at the art, and art can have different meanings. One picture speaks 1,000 words. Those 1,000 words can be interpreted in different ways for different people. For example, personally speaking, when I read the book My Experiments with Truth written by M.K. Gandhi, I inculcated different things as compared to my friends or my family members or people of different age groups.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. I think objectively, I agree to whatever you have said, except for the autobiographical creations, which are mostly based on individuals' own life and own experiments or own work. But the point is driven home that our relationship with the artist is distinctly different from our relationship with the art or with our relationship with the creation. And that objectively needs to be understood by individuals so that such things are not created where nowadays what we see is the stereotypes which are prevalent about a particular group of persons or a particular, a person or because of his views or because of anything, and then anything associated with that person gets affected by that. So I think this maturity, I want to leave this thought with the group and other group also, that we must work for this maturity, that what we create and what we are two different things. And what we create should be valued on merit. What we are should be valued as per our character. So both the things are valued separately. As long as it is done, I think there is no problem. There is no conflict between the two. I got my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Shalit sir to express his point of view and ask a question.
Thank you for that. Now, children, you discussed a lot about transgender, gender, sexual bias, and all those concepts. I would like you to think on one aspect, and that is the concept of equality and the concept of difference. Now, when we say transgender, there are certain biological differences between a person who can be said as male, female, transgender. That is there. But besides that, there is a psychological aspect. There is a personality aspect to a person. Now, when we say transgender, we are basically, what we are doing is we are basically recognizing the difference between the concept of men and women. And then we are making a category called as a transgender. Now, this concept of difference is what is giving birth to the concept of a third category. When you say there are two categories, then you can come up with a third category, which does not fall under the two categories. So you say that it's third category. So my question to you, whether there can be an absolute equality and where exactly the difference lies. So giving you a point of thought, we called something called as being a mother, right? Now, who can be a mother? It is a woman who can be a mother. And why do we say that a woman who can be a mother? Just because biologically she is the only person who can give birth to a child? Or there is something more mental and psychological to the concept of being a mother?
Next time, to judge.
Excuse me, madam, please, the mics, please be shut off. So, the feelings which a mother has for a child, don't they feeling exist in the father also? हिंदी में जिसे हम ममत्व कहते हैं, ममता कहते हैं, तो ये ममता जो माँ में होती है, क्या पिता में नहीं होती है? जो पिता के मन में बच्चे के लिए फीलिंग है, वो माँ के मन के फीलिंग से बहुत अलग है. So here we try to understand the concept of difference and equality. Now, you might have heard of this concept called as Ardhanarishwar. Shiva, in one of its form, in one form he is a male, and in one form he is Parvati. He is Shiva and he is Parvati also. You find this form in Vishnu also. So when this form is there, what that form is conveying to you, it is conveying an equality. So what you have to understand, where they are equal and where there is a difference. So when you go to the base of the existence, you find equality. And when you look at the external form, you find the difference. Appearance, you find a difference. But if you go to the mindset, you find many similarities. You find that equality. Now, if suppose you are studying the Indian philosophy at some point of time, you will find this concept of Advaita, oneness. You don't find any difference between one person and the other person. Now, if you go physically also, by the principles of physics also, I am made of the same protons, neutrons, and electrons of which you are made. So are we not equal? Yes, at that base of existence we are, but in form, I am different. Now, when we talk about this social concept of equality, my question to is, how do we handle this particular aspect? How the legislatures should handle this particular aspect? Whether to treat everyone, whether to consider that everyone is equal, or whether to understand the differences in the persons, accept the differences in the persons, and treat them according to their differences. So this is the question to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a thought-provoking question. And so the answer to this question is, are they equal and should they be equal? So, firstly, are they equal in today's time? No, the society does not treat them equally. Irrespective of how harsh this might sound, but as a society, we are failing to treat everyone equally. But should they be treated equally? Yes, no doubt. Yes, they should be treated equally. Now, sir, I would like to, give an example of the disabled people. Talking about the term disabled, what does it mean? Not being able to do stuff? Disabled. Aren't we made up of the same protons, the same biological cells? But why do we term them as disabled? Why do we have different organizations like ADAPT throughout country? ADAPT stands for Able, Disabled, All People Together. Why do we have different marathon runs? Why do we have different, places where they go and recreate and enjoy themselves? Now, what has happened over the years? Initially, these societies started coming up, and there were different education institutes ready for their education. They would be, educated differently, where they would have special teachers who were psychologically and physically ready to take the demands they require to bear the differences in the child. But today, even talking about RV public schools throughout India, they do accept disabled people. As retired seniors, all my wheelchair, and never have we seen them as someone different from us. Now, this change has happened over the years. It took decades to happen. Similar is the case of transgender. Today, we have to find such difference. We have to somehow give them special rights so that over the years, people can accept them wholeheartedly. We need unisex washrooms, separate healthcare wards, different lockups, so that they can take pride in themselves first. They should gather themselves up and find strength in their own unity, and there should be the unity of everyone together. Now, sir, you talked about absolute equality. No, there is no such thing as absolute equality, even when we consider males and females. Then why are we talking about it with trans people? Because the equality that we are essentially talking about has nothing to do with our physical demeanor or anything. We're talking about cerebral opportunities. We're talking about us being able to use our brains that we have been gifted. As humans, we have the ability to think. We have cognitive abilities. The equality that we demand is cerebral equality. And another thing to add is that we have the new education policy that was released in 2020. It has an inclusive educational curriculum even for those who identify as transgender or non-binary.
So to add to that, I would like to inform you that in our school, we have a counselor and we indulge in open discussions about people who are less privileged, people who belong to the LGBTQ community. This is also a way of uplifting them, because upliftment of the LGBTQ community cannot be done just by themselves. It's not a one person's job. We as a society together will have to wake up from this beach slumber of ignorance and accept these people as one. And moreover, I would like to add the fact that that celebrities and people are understanding that transgenders need to be accepted in society. There are movies that are being released. For example, I would like to give an example of a recent movie released in 2021. It is Chandigarh Kare Aashiki by Ayushmann Khurrana and Vani Kapoor, in which Vani Kapoor is a trans lady, a trans woman who has transitioned from a male to a female. And in that, they have shown the hardships that she faced. Her society neglected her and took the rights away from her. But finally, she and her husband, played by Ayushmann Khurrana, fought for their right. And finally, she got the empowerment that she needed.
Sir, I would also like to take another example of another movie, because movies are the only solution to creating awareness amongst our public. The movie's name is Earth by Rajpal Yadav, where he played the role of a transgender person. It is only because of movies that we can create awareness amongst ourselves, because awareness is the key to bringing the change. Talking on a personal level, I wasn't even aware of what transgender is until class 7th or 8th. This is because nobody bothered to inform me, nor my parents, nor my teachers. This is where we have to create a difference. The moment we start teaching our younger generations from class 1st or 2nd what transgender is, that is when we create a difference. And we have to believe that we all are equal. We might be different, but we are equal. And in unity lies diversity. Thank you.
And to add to that, of course, so when I tell you about the color grey, what comes to your mind? Grey has different shades, doesn't it? There is stonewash, there is ash, there are so many different colors of grey. Even in society, there are so many different people that represent, let's say, different colors of grey. We all are treated equally under the term grey, though, don't we? Why can't we do that when it comes to society? Why can't we be liberal like that? And society should be willing to accept such changes. Why? Because it's these people who also make up society, who also form these future legislations. Jyotika Mandal, she's the first transgender judge in India. We still recognize her. Our laws could be made because of her. Her judgment matters. So, of course, everything equality, there's no absolute equality. But of course, equality must be presented in every single situation where cerebral opportunity is an opportunity. Thank you. So, also to add on to a very simple example is, are these 5 fingers equal? Are they? No. But do they work together equally when given an opportunity to do so? Do they? Of course they do. The answer lies in the fact that when opportunities are given, only then differences can be collaborated into equality. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, just to sum up and few thoughts of mine. See, differences in persons is inevitable. It is a part of the very existence. Now, how to treat them is the question. If 2 people are of total different aptitude, total different capacity, total different capabilities, you can't treat them equally. You can't treat them in the same manner. Now, you being school children, you are knowing this fact that suppose a person is having good skills in mathematics, and there is also another student in the same class who is very weak in mathematics. If the teacher teaches a particular method in the class and leaves it there, that may not be sufficient for the person who is having a lesser aptitude in mathematics. So some special attendance, some special treatment and attention is required to be given to that particular person. So what we are to talk about is equality is not happening anytime. It is basically how the treatment is given to a person in accordance with his abilities. So there might be differential treatment. So there might not be an equal treatment. That is where we say that absolute equality is not possible. Because persons are different and they have to be treated differently. But what is important ethically is that this differentiation should not lead to discrimination. So this discrimination which is required to be avoided. And here is what the real ethics come into play. The person's abilities are the ones which are the deciding factors for the treatment he deserves, for the treatment which is supposed to be given to him, for the facilities which are supposed to be given to him. But that should not render him in a lower strata of the society. This is the ethical aspect of the concept of equality. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request the judges to mark scores for Team D. I declare 5 minutes break while the result is compiled and tabulated.
Thank you, Neelu ma'am. Thank you so much, dear judges, dear participants. It was indeed a nail-biting finish and an enlightening session, with each team bringing in valuable points that kept the discussion alive for the. While the judgment is being compiled, let's watch a small creative video by the talented students of APS Kirkee.
रूठे ख्वाबों को मना लेंगे, कटी पतंगों को थामेंगे, हाँ ये जज्बा, हो ये जज्बा, सुलझा लेंगे उलझे रिश्तों का मांझा, हाँ मांझा, हाँ मांझा, हाँ मांझा।
सोई तकदीरें जगा देंगे, कल को अंबर में झुका देंगे,
हाँ ये जज्बा, हो ये जज्बा,
सुलझा लेंगे उलझे रिश्तों का मांझा, हाँ मांझा, हाँ मांझा,
हाँ मांझा।
धरती अंबर को हंसा देंगे, नदियां झरने भी बहा देंगे, जीत कभी हार कभी मुश्किलों को यादों कर देंगे दहार।
कटते पेड़ों को बचा लेंगे, बेघर पंछी को बना देंगे, आंसू कभी मोती कभी, धरा को स्वर बनाने होंगे कुर्बान, हाँ कुर्बान, हाँ कुर्बान, हाँ कुर्बान।
रूठे ख्वाबों को मना लेंगे, कटती पतंगों को थामेंगे,
हाँ ये जज्बा, हो ये जज्बा,
सुलझा लेंगे उलझे रिश्तों का मांझा, हाँ मांझा, हाँ मांझा,
हाँ मांझा।
Good evening, everyone. I'm indeed grateful to all of you, and it's been a very, very informative and very good discussion. First of all, I would like to express my heartful gratitude to the driving force behind this event, Mrs. Anita Nayan. Your presence and personal interest in this ethics bowl is the biggest motivation for all of us. We understand, ma'am, that you have so many commitments and responsibilities, but you have always been there with us, looking into the minutest of details, and we have to learn a lot from you. Mrs. Anita Nayan is the regional president, AWA, and she is a very senior lady, and her personal interest, it means a lot to all of us. And we have yet to see as positive a person as Mrs. Aarti Chaldial, who is chairperson schools. She is always there for us. I can, I've been giving her calls at any time, and the kind of confidence she has been giving us and her praises, actually, it's a big motivation to all of us and for all my staff members and the children. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being there. It was indeed an excellent session. Our children have a wide horizon. I was made to understand the maturity with which they express their thoughts and expression. It speaks a lot about the personality and how well do they grasp from the environment. Children, we are very happy and we know that the future of this country is absolutely safe. And the kind of research you have undergone, the topics were not easy. And you have really undergone a lot of research work, very well done, and keep it up. And don't stop. It should not stop here. It should continue forever. The judges and their involvement. Imagine spending so much of time with our children and giving their expert advice. And the best part was that when the judges, they connected with each other yesterday. And I really liked Mr. Kulkarni when he said that why I connected, because he did not want that children should be at a disadvantage. So this speaks a lot about Mr. Shailendra Aglawe and Mr. Nitin Kulkarni, because the thought behind it, you did not consider it as one of the children's event, but you also got deeply involved into the event. And this is actually, we are very happy, and the kind of questions you asked and the words of wisdom which you gave to our children, even we have learned a lot from you. So thank you so much for doing this for us. And now I would like to thank my dear principals who have joined us as observers with their team. And though they were silently there, but they were all present, and your presence is very important. And the moderator, the kind of patience and the fairness of the event. I immediately, I WhatsApped your principal that she's an excellent person and very well conducted moderator. You really conducted it well, Mrs. Neelu Dikshit. It was very well conducted, and your patience is tremendous. So I'm really grateful to all the people and to the children, all the participating school children, the principals and their mentors. They have worked very hard with the children. It is not easy to come and speak at this platform with such confidence and conviction. And at the same time, I would like to thank my team of my students who have been, streaming it online and sending teasers and flyers. They all have been working hard since so many days, and all my staff members. If possible, I would like to see you. You can see the control room, the way it has been, created. Thank you so much, and I'm grateful to all of you. And I think Mrs. Jildal, would you like to disclose the result? I'll just WhatsApp you immediately. I would like you to say the result, ma'am. Will be very happy. Ma'am,
Go ahead. Please go ahead with the result. Thanks so much. Please go ahead and
you have been there all through, ma'am. Your motivation, I've been seeing you throughout. So I'll declare on your behalf. I am declaring the result on behalf of Mrs. Nain and Mrs. Jaldyal, and everybody was excellent. So the first match which happened, the result is it's a marginal difference. The first winner is Team A with 92 points, and Team B has scored 89 points. Very well done, teams. Very well done. And it was very difficult for the judges also to decide. And for second match, the winner is the winner is Team D with 89 points, and the runners-up is Team C with 5.1. Heartiest congratulations. All of you are already winners because you reached up to this level. You won your cluster matches, and thank you so much. Thank you so much, and we'll meet tomorrow again. And wishing you all the very best. And
Thank you so
Mrs.
much,
Jaldyal, I
ma'am.
personally thank you.
Thank you, madam, for
Thank
giving
you.
us that opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Well, again, I know that it's been a long day, and tomorrow again we'll have a long day. But nonetheless, I think it's a great learning for all of us. Ms. Jaldyal, would you like to say something? You're muted, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are logging out with closing down the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, vote of thanks from my side was not done. Okay, fine.